Sometimes a disaster, sometimes we get free. Oh, you take the long way to stay close to me. I don't wanna know her, I just wanna breathe. You take me higher, you stay close to me. Oh, I feel so alive, feel so alive. The dark won't cloud my eyes. Yeah, I feel so alive, feel so alive. Oh, we chase the night. Oh, I feel so alive, feel so alive. The dark won't cloud my eyes. Yeah, I feel so alive, feel so alive. Oh, we chase the night. Sometimes a disaster, sometimes we get free. Oh, you take the long way to stay close to me. I don't wanna know her, I just wanna breathe. You take me higher, you stay close to me. I feel so alive, feel so alive. The dark won't cloud my eyes. Yeah, I feel so alive, feel so alive. Oh, we chase the night. Oh, I feel so alive, feel so alive. The dark won't cloud my eyes. Yeah, I feel so alive, feel so alive. Oh, we chase the night.
Hello everybody! Welcome to Tropical Throwdown 6! My name is Nightera, I'm the guy in the voice of the trailer for the promo video for Tropical Throwdown 6. Bet you didn't know that, but I bet you didn't know who I'm with today, so I'll be letting them introduce themselves. Is it this way? That way? Introduce yourself.
Hello, I am Kater, and yeah, that is me. I have introduced myself.
Very good.
We are going to begin our round robin bracket very shortly here. We've got 3 rounds of that before we go to top cut. So yeah, I believe the first match we are going to be seeing here is OD Ace versus Block. And we've got best of 3. We have our first match is predetermined, and then we've got a set of counter picks.
Very good, very good. So, I don't know where you got the information from, but I certainly didn't check community gaming site. So, I'll let you run with that, but I can give you the map picks right off the bat. So, at least for the first 3 rounds of the round robin, each round, starting off, we will have a map pool set up. There'll be one map that's predetermined, and then after that, from each round afterwards, the losing team will have a counter pick, and from then on, we'll see how that plays out. So, each round from the round robin will be a best of 3, first to 2.
Yep, pretty much. So for this first round here, we're going to begin on tower control on Hagglefish Market, which, Yeah, that's a fair map mode. I've seen it relatively often. Do you have any thoughts on it?
Just like you, I have no idea what I'm doing going to this. I just know that Tropical Throwdown 6 is going to bring us quite a pool of teams. I do believe we have 8 teams today all coming together trying to win quite a little bit here.
Yeah, we have good amount of prize money on the line.
Yeah.
Let's see. I can pull up the rosters here.
Yes, so we have, I think, a $200 prize pool. And on top of this, we are also raising money for the Trevor project. So if you guys have any money, you come and donate to us. I mean, you know, throw it in. You know, do a little bit of a good work for, you know, this weekend as we get into Tropical Throwdown 6.
Yeah, so on the team of OD Ace, we have, I believe that says Yule, Wami96 Gal. I can't read these usernames. I just hope these are people that we know.
I'm going to go and look.
On the side of Block, we have Lucky, Oith, Kama, and Crowwow. I am very sorry if I'm butchering any of these usernames. Oh no, my webcam focus. There we go.
Alright, I'm going to take a look at their team and I'm going to figure out what they are supposed to sound like.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, I'm going to butcher it, but it is always worth the shot. So for ODAs, we have... I don't want to do it already. We have Yule, we have Wami96 Gal, we have PT0SP, we have our boy. On the other side, we have, slowly moving over to that team, we have Block. And Block's lineup consists of, I'm buying time, Block's lineup consists of Lucky F, Oath, Kama, Crowwow. So that's kind of a lineup for the first match here, but as they are preparing themselves, do we have any expected comms that you want to see, or any weapons you want to look forward to?
I don't know, I mean, I wish I knew more about these players, you know, because then I would be able to kind of see what they would bring in. Other than like the regular meta, I'm not entirely sure what to expect, especially with the beginning of Sizzle season. There's a bunch of new stuff that's been thrown at people. You know, you got the new Viper kit coming.
It's true.
But of course, I'm expecting splashes because those are always around. Sometimes you get something like a leader or another anchor. Kind of just depends on whether the teams want to play fast or not, because when you have something like that leader, it does offer a lot of area control, but you know, at the cost of not being able to move up with your team as quickly. Something like a ballpoint, you have that maybe a little bit less powerful, but you are able to move quickly.
And already, I don't know why I'm put in the position of the color caster. You have already more insight to me for the day than I will have in my entire month in Splatoon. But in any case, we're going to look forward to that, but I will quit my meta pick, and that will be the Splatana. Because I am a guilty Splatana player.
How dare you? I can't believe I'm associating with you.
Unfortunately, this is how we're going to be for the next 3 hours.
Oh god.
Feel alive, feel alive. I do believe we're about to start our first round. So while we wait for that to happen, is once again letting you know we are in the first round of the round robin. We're going to be against OD versus Blook, and we're going to see how that pans out.
Yes, indeed.
OD Ace will be trying to do something like Blook. Both teams are definitely hoping to win. So we're going to take a look at the map to see how that pans out. Again, first round, I think you did already mention, we are going to Hagglefish Market on tower control. And the other two, well, we'll have to see what the teams counter pick. But what can we expect on this map? That is the biggest question we have right now, moving on to the first game.
Yeah, again, it's a matter of playstyle, really. And again, I wish I knew more about these teams. I could possibly predict something, but with tower control, you want that faster playstyle, you want a dedicated tower rider, and then just people around it. You know, there's a lot of open space, but there's also a couple of wide areas. We have here today.
Active blasters. We have the ballpoint splatting as well, like you were mentioning. And also in the mix as well, nothing too fancy other than that. The Squeezer will be the only other standout, but let's see how this plays out.
Yeah, Squeezer is definitely a nice pick. You've got that range, that power, but also we have, you know, the the mobility that I was looking at. And already we've got some specials coming out on both sides, the Crab, the Inkjet, and the oh, that's 3 down on the side of Block, meaning that ODAce is going to be able to take this and go for it. They've already passed up to that first checkpoint. You can see another set of those Ink Strikes coming out, and Block now has their members up, is going to throw the strikes on the tower themselves, buy themselves some time, and now that they're able to get here. But the thing is, they've not quite been able... There we go. There is the presence eradicated, and now they have gotten control of the tower. We still have, though... Oh.
Yep, they're trying their best here. It's not looking too good early on. They're already at the 50 mark, and each of them have come to terms with the fact that they need to hold their ground here. It looks like not a lot of ink economy here coming from the side of ODAce, as they are gonna just go in for splats here. A nice Kraken to clean up, and here we go. Tower's back to them.
Yeah, seeing that giant Kraken makes that tower look really small, and really nice pick there from Wami on that. And now there's the tower relatively in the same position, 2 down on the side of Block, 1 on the side of ODAce, and it is just a firefight for the tower. You can see Yule using their slosher, doing their best to use the fall off from that, but not quite finding anybody. Another set of those tri-strikes. Block seems to really like those, and with 1 down on both sides, the Inkjet coming on, and the Kraken is going to, and the strikes, all of this is going to allow ODAce to take, and the strikes is going to take control of this tower and just blast through this second checkpoint, and already they're looking to get to the third, and splashes down on both sides. ODAce loses their slosher though, and so with all of that, I think they're going to be forced to back off. We do have Wabi trying to get a couple more points, but they are all alone, and so they do get taken out. We still have a little bit of presence with Yule there up on the tower, but Block comes in and cleans that up.
Honestly, this is a very good position coming in from the side of Block here. I mean, they could have lost their last checkpoint here, so, you know, a little bit optimistic on my end, but I believe that there's a chance they can pull this back if they get a coordinated strike and flank from the side. Because right now, they're match for match right now, cleaning it up and trading each other. Look at that, clearing out Whammy means they're able to continue pushing it, one of the biggest tracks here, and they go with the Inkzuka to try and control a little bit more space.
Yeah, it's 2v2 situation right now. We have the strikes coming out as well. Space is the name of the game right here. Very nice strikes pick. And there's a lot of ink strikes on that tower right now. And I believe those got picks as well. That's 2 down on the side of Block. So even though they had something going there, they were starting that push, it is going to stall out. They're going to be forced to back up a little bit. You can see Wami, they're chasing this last person down. That squeezer range really helping them out there. And now it is kind of back to the mid game a little bit here. 1 down both sides. And we do have that Kraken at the ready, though. That is a dangerous special.
It's on standby, but you know what's the one thing I do notice is the fact that Block is not really going for the block here. They're just taking it one at a time, L down, L down. Look at that again, 2 for the side. Block 3, a pseudo wipe essentially. And Wami 96 Gal just gets free reign over the map, just slowly ink it and setting up for another Kraken if he needs to. But then again, it's already on standby.
Yeah, that is a lot of control for ODAce right now, and you can see the sub-weapons coming out as well, preventing the members of Block from trying to get into position. And that tower is already close to where it was before they lose the squeezer. That means they don't have a lot of range. There is a pick there, but and Wami did get to bring out that Kraken there. Another pick. There's just so many picks. Another one as well. That is 3 down on the side of on Block. That squeezer being the only one left. The strikes. I mean, this is basically spawn camping at this point. They are at that checkpoint and gunning for the end right now.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That cleans up the first round. Woo-wee! For our first match, Block really tried to pull it off and they just could not make anything work. I mean, they did have a last stand at the very end at the last checkpoint, but it's still to no avail. A lot of ink turf has been covered up by the side of ODAce, and honestly, with that much economy, they are free to run rampant all around, getting flanks left and right.
Yeah, I think some of what might have happened there is that Block got staggered for a lot of that match. Like, they had the specials, they had the tools to get back in, but sometimes they were trying to just go on their own. Like, I think we saw an Inkzuka play, but they were unfortunately isolated, and so the Inkzuka got canceled. So, like, just not having the support from their teammates makes it really, really difficult to push back into a team that's already set up on that tower.
You know what? That is still fine. They still have 2 more games that they can, you know, go back at it and put ODAce in the back burner. Block has the opportunity to counterpick here, and we're gonna see how they're gonna make use of this to their advantage. In fact, we had a screen showing the map list with all of the counterpicks that they can potentially play. And with the fact that they've just played tower control, I'm looking to see if they can pick something a little bit more, I would say in control, right? Because I think Splat Zones might be the play for them coming into this. If you're not able to push an objective or stay focused on an objective, I don't think picking up Rainmaker is the play. You also lose out one of your main weapons in that situation. You don't want to pick Clam Blitz because a lot of coordination, you have to flank around the map, and honestly, we do see Block not doing that as well as compared to OD Ace. So maybe Splat Zones might be the pick here.
I would agree with that. I think that you have a, your stationary objective, and even if the other team gets you in a lockout, you are able to collect your defenses without kind of the objective moving closer and closer to you, putting that pressure on you. The downside of that is once penalty points are gone, that timer ticks down really, really fast.
Believe it.
So you are going to want to watch, especially if you pick a map with a really, really large zone that gets difficult to neutralize or to cap. You might want to watch out for that.
You know what they say? Once bitten, twice shy. Let's see how Block really takes this one around for a swing. Because right now, we are going to allow them to take some time to go into a, figure out what map they really want. I mean, our opinions don't really matter in this grand scheme of things if they don't want to listen to it. I mean, they have an idea for Clan Blitz. I mean, by all means, go ahead. I personally would have picked Clan Blitz in this situation.
Yeah, counter picks are interesting just because they can change the momentum of a set a lot, especially if there's not a predetermined map list, then teams can't be planning like ahead what concept they want. They kind of have to take it on the fly, especially if teams are able to pick something that say they know that they're really strong on, or they can specifically counter pick a one trick on the other side. Then sets can change depending on what teams are playing. So I really like counter pick tournaments just for that dynamicism.
I think it's always fun to throw a little wrench into more of the chaos. Makes it a little bit worse and a little bit more hectic. And honestly, that is the one thing I like to see coming into this. So we're gonna have to take a look at how they go about this, as we do have what we're going to, which is Inkblot Art Academy. And again, Splat Zones is the call out here, and we're gonna see how this plays out for Block.
Yeah, so we're, I believe, keeping relatively some to the comps that we had before that ballpoint. I do like to see the space that is going to forward, and this slosher here is going to have lot of fall off opportunities. Unfortunately, they do get taken out. We have one of the splashes trying to do a little bit of funny flanking here, and right off the bat, Block is doing very well. There is the Inkjet, though. They're going to have to watch out for that. Able to not quite avoid that. That Inkjet is able to find the pick. Very nice ballpoint play. And so, that is the wipeout on the side of Block. So even though they were able to get early control, ODA steps in and is able to win those individual fights. And so that's what's able to get them control here. Now you can see they're building up their specials. That is a lot of purple ink. Block, though, does have the Inkzuka, though, has the double splash, which is going to put out a lot of ink there, and hopefully they can just ride out these specials and are able to get in. They have to watch out for this. The bomb, I believe, catching them off guard there.
You know what? OD Ace, more like OD base, they are definitely making the play out again with a second wipeout, cleaning it up and pushing into their first half of the Splat Zone in terms of points. And this is not looking good. They need to regroup here on the side of Block before they can do anything. But Miguel with the Kraken just not letting them do that right now.
Yule on that slosher as well. And between that, stuck between a rock and a hard place, the squeezer has to go down. You can just see the amount of ledge camping, this space that it affords
13
already.
points.
We are close to these single digits. We have the strikes, but at this range, I don't know what it can do.
2, 1. Oh, you hate to see it.
Unfortunate.
You hate to see it. That was an attempt coming in, but you can definitely see Ink Economy comes to the side of OD Ace, which means we all know who won this round. It is going to the side of OD Ace, and Block will have to be, unfortunately, knocked out of this round of the round robin.
Yeah, well, is that how round robin works? I don't remember. It's been such a long time since I looked at round robin. But yeah, with that, I think, again, I mentioned the splat zones, just they tick down really fast if you're not able to get control of the zone. And Inkblot is one of those zones that sometimes is difficult to cap with the top of the block there. And I think that pick up the slosher as well on the side of ODAs. We saw it the first match, but it really worked for the lockout here because you could see just how much space it controlled over those ledges. That's what slosher really excels at.
Right, but honestly, MVP going to Whammy 96 Gal, as we do see Whammy being the honorary 5th member of Block, running around with the Kraken sitting just next to them and saying, You going in? Nah, all good. I got you. And just sending him back to the base over and over and over again. And honestly, I gotta tell you, that is some spectacular play knowing when to pop it off. Because at the very end, 4 players were stuck down there, 2 were down on the ledge, 2 were up on the ledge, and from there, you know how the story goes. ODAce picks it up and cleans it up.
Yeah, well, that is going to do it for our first match, like you said, going to ODAce 2-0. We are going to take just a short break, and we'll be right back with Round Robin Round 2.
Stay here right in my arms, and we'll start again. So stay with me. Together we'll fall apart. Together we'll fall apart. We'll start again, so stay with me. Together we'll fall apart.
You were always so good at being an actor, making it last just long enough. Playing a game you always won. You never even taught me the rules. You tried to break me down, put this all on me. Tried to make me out to be crazy.
plays that brand new song. I can take one more and party all night long, 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 all
Oh, I got lost on the way to you in an orange sky by the ocean blue. Every mile lost, my soul renewed, taken by the sunrise and the golden view. Walking slowly in the mountains underneath the constellations. Yeah, I know that you've been waiting for me. Time is losing all its meaning, like I'm living in a dream, and I've been chasing all the feelings I need. It's in these moments with words unspoken, my eyes wide open, life tastes so sweet. It's in these moments where all I know is coming into focus, and now I see. It's in these moments. It's in these moments. Oh, I got lost on a winding road in the dark of night with the stars aglow. Heaven's up above, got me below as I head to you like the river flows. Walking slowly in the mountains underneath the constellations. Yeah, I know that you've been waiting for me. Time is losing all its meaning, like I'm living in a dream, and I've been chasing all the feelings I need. It's in these moments with words unspoken, my eyes wide open, life tastes so sweet. It's in these moments where all I know is coming into
used to run and play. Look at all the mess we made. Guess I'll never know where it went wrong. Sometimes I feel like all that's sad, 'cause viral then people forget. In this crazy world I don't belong. I see fire burning but I close my eyes. I'd rather deny that. Everything is falling out of place. I see trees ripped from the ground but nobody makes a sound. I see fire burning but I'm fine. I am nobody. The future feels so unsure. Didn't we deserve more? The burden that you left is way too heavy for me. Do you ever feel like the world would die out? My anxiety's off the roof, I cry out. We have gone too far, take me back right now. I see fire burning but I close my eyes. I'd rather deny that. Everything is falling out of place. I see trees ripped from the ground but nobody makes a sound. I see fire burning but I'm fine. I'm nobody.
I got you and your vibes in my mind, I can't get them out, no matter how hard I try. I need you and your heart next to mine, yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here, you spark chemical reactions, your aura strikes like lightning. Got no words, I'm just drowning in attraction. Only one way to describe it. It's electric, can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings.
everybody, and welcome back to Tropical Throwdown number 6. I'm Cater, and I'm joined here today, this way by Nitera, and we're going to go right into it. We have Big Swig versus White Noise here as our first, and already we have oh, April. I think this is the Splatling player. I know them. That's really cool. And we got crabs. We got a bunch of stuff. 2 down on the side of Big Swig. So White Noise is going to have. We have Emerald here trying to get something done from behind. Not entirely sure if they're going to be successful or not, and they are on their own as well. They are a little bit of a tight situation.
Yeah, a bit of a shoddy introduction on my end, but like, you know what? April is a very good way to start this off, as we do see how they are actually playing out in the first match, Flat Tools Inc. Block Art Academy. As now we do see a very dominant lead coming in from the side of White Noise as they are pushing forward here. Orion not letting it down, taking another pick on the side, and beautifully done.
Yeah, I mean, that's the job of the Tetras. Another pick from Orion. They're looking for even the third there. Looks like they don't quite get it, but that is a lot of players down on the side of Big Swig, so you can see just the sheer control that White Noise has. And you know what? We have, again, more picks on this on Big Swig. 2 down, their roller unfortunately down, and now we have the Zipcaster and the Tentacoolers. So where are we going? In fact, we got the Killer Whale, but that still does not slow down Orion. No picks there, but that is a lot of distraction. 2 down on both sides, though. Trying to go down, make a little bit of a hero play, but unfortunately it does not work out for them. April here on the ball point. Incredible control of that space. We have the Booyah to finish it all off, and that is our first game already.
Wow, we're really starting ourselves strong, huh? You know, no introduction, just jump into the game, and we're gonna see how White Noise and Big Swig played out, as we do see April really the anchor of the team in every literal sense of the word, sitting down there and being that unstoppable machine.
Yes. So we didn't get to talk about these teams at all, really.
We should.
We should, in fact, yeah. April and Waka, both really, really strong players on the side of White Noise, both of them definitely showing their strengths there. And, let's see, I have a look at the roster for Big Swig.
I will take a talk on the weapon choices, because I did see the ends up 85 running the Tacticooler as his special, and honestly, one of a surprise pick, you know, because when you're looking into a Tacticooler, usually you are very support-based weapon, you're not going in a lot, and we do see that really happening a lot when it came to Splat Zones, right? In Block Art Academy has this giant pillar in the center, you're able to run around the map and just, you know, find yourself a place to hold up and slowly build up for your team for a stronger push with the Tacticooler. So that is something that is very interesting in my mind. But the fact that it wasn't even like used because April was so dominant at the front, it really shows a testament to whether Tacticooler is needed or not. It's a last minute push, I would say.
Yeah, I also really liked the Tacticooler Zipcaster combo, which is really nice because, you know, Zipcaster being sometimes such a risky special when you're that deep into enemy territory.
Right.
And even if you go down, you're just going to come back right away. And also, if you put it like same with Inkjet, if you put it right at the base of where you launch, you come back, you can instantly get another Tacticooler if one of your teammates hasn't picked it up yet, which often happens. So really nice special coordination from White Noise. Big Swig on the roster has Rescom, Glitchoid, I thought that said Stormy, it says Sloomy, and Emerald. So I am not aware of these players, but we will see how it plays out. And, you know, it is their turn to counterpick as well.
They will do their best. A little
I mean, just
bit.
just because I don't know the players doesn't mean they're not good, you know.
Alright, let's see what they've got lined up for us. I mean, we did see you were talking about April, but I want to see a few more of the other players. Again, I'm going to advocate, if you're in the stream chat, I'm telling you, Splatana is the way. Way of samurai.
I don't think Splatana needs any more advocates. I think people see the way already, you know?
I'm just saying, it needs to be said.
I mean, you know, I personally will advocate for Splatlings. I have a heavy Splatling stand. I love heavy Splatling. I have some Splat too, but, you know. Might not be the best always, might not be the strongest always, but that weapon has a special place in my heart. So.
Ouch. Oh, you know, it would be like that. I mean, we're going in to see how it plays out, but I don't know if we can take a look at the counterpick maps real quick. You know, talking about all this, we also need to see what is going to happen. I mean, we didn't really get a very strong showing First of all, from the first game, because it was a very fast game, all things considered, nothing to really flash out on teams. So maybe taking a look at the map picks here, we can take an idea and a swig at what maps will be coming up after this.
Yeah, maybe something that could buy them a little bit more time. Oh, there we
Mine,
go.
sure.
Mincemeat Rainmaker. Well,
Sure.
I don't know if that's buying time per se, but it is definitely very different.
Well, I mean, with April being such a strong anchor, honestly, I do see this going into the favor of White Noise again, and it's kind of scary, all things considered. But the fact that they have gone into Rainmaker, I would say that they at least have some idea of what's going on and what they want to do. But they see a machine just now, I do not remember which side the machine was, but that will come into play very well later on, especially when you're contesting for choke points. So, they've got something going on.
It's also definitely possible that Big Swig is just knows this map mode very well, or is a lot more confident here than they were on Inkblot zones.
Right.
They might feel a lot more comfortable here.
We'll have to see. But
That's the power of counterpicks.
Yeah, that's the power of counterpicks. All things considered, that is the power of counterpicks, and that's what I was trying to highlight here. But right now, we're gonna have to see whether the teams can come into play in just a bit.
Yes, we wait now. Now that the counterpicks are in, we wait for the weapon choices. Here we are. So yeah, there is the machine on the side of White Noise again. Oh my god!
Ooh, okay, you know what? You got my attention, Big Swig. You got my attention. Right? If you're gonna play it hard, I mean, this is the way to go. A Slayer comp with a bunch of rollers. They're
living up to their name, right? They're called Big Swig. I mean, I feel like we should have expected this.
No. I'm not giving it to you. No.
They're called Big Swig. Of course they were gonna play the Big Swig roller. Like, I don't even really know what to say here, because like Big Swig is a fine weapon, but like 4 of them?
Now you have 4 Big Swigs. As we now move in to see how this plays out, they already have the first point coming in. White Noise needs to just slowly push in against them, because all things considered, they can just hide around the corner and Big Swigs do massive damage to you, like any other roller. But beautifully done with the Booyah Bomb into it, and basically this is a free win for them. They can just walk through here.
Yeah.
Again.
Well, GG's everybody, I guess.
Well, Big Swig, you did a solid one for your team. Really running the Big Swig to show your dominance there, but unfortunately White Noise really showing you why they're surrounding you all with a bunch of different variety comps and showing you where you can go, and that is to their arms.
Yes, well, I do hope that Big Swig has had their fun.
I do hope so too.
Comp. And yeah.
Wow, this is a little
great
fast.
Great plays from White Noise, and great entertainment from Big Swig. And when you have a stream set, I guess what more can you ask for?
What more can you ask for, indeed? I mean, you already got your chance to show yourself on stream, Big Swig. Take it with strides here. But at the very least, we get to go down, not with a whimper, but a little bit of showcase. Really standing out to your name.
Well, with that fast set out of the way, we are going to be taking another short break while we prep round 3. We'll be right back in just a few minutes. So, oh no, my webcam. Stay tuned.
Sometimes a disaster, sometimes we get free. Oh, you take the long way to stay close to me. I don't want another, I just wanna breathe. You take me higher, you stay close to me. Oh, I feel so alive, feel so alive. The dark won't close my eyes. Yeah, I feel so alive, feel so alive. Oh, we chase the night. Oh, I feel so alive, feel so alive. The dark won't close my eyes. Yeah, I feel so alive, feel so alive. Oh, we chase the night. Feel so alive, feel so alive. The dark won't close my eyes. Yeah, feel so alive, feel so alive. Oh, we chase the night. Sometimes a disaster, sometimes we get free. Oh, you take the long way to stay close to me. I don't want another, I just wanna breathe. You take me higher, you stay close to me. I feel so alive, feel so alive. The dark won't close my eyes. Yeah, I feel so alive, feel so alive. Oh, we chase the night. Oh, I feel so alive, feel so alive. The dark won't close my eyes. Yeah, I feel so alive, feel so alive. Oh, we chase the night.
Entombed in my mind, can't seem to break away. Lost in time, thinking about better days. Do you ever get used to the pain? 'Cause I don't know if I can do this again. Now you got me wondering why you let me die alone inside. I died for you, I cried for you, I tried for you. Tell me why you left me bleeding. I died for you, I cried for you, I tried for you. Tell me why you left me bleeding. Tell me why you left me bleeding. Died for you, I cried for you, I tried for you. Tell me why you left me bleeding. Lullabies of you still in my head. Bloodshot eyes, can't sleep, I'm rotting in my bed. Even the drugs don't faze me. I don't think you understand. I gave you everything I had. When did shit go wrong? And now you got me wondering why you let me die alone inside. I died for you, I cried for you, I tried for you. Tell me why you left me bleeding. I died for you, I cried for you, I tried for you. Tell me why you left me bleeding.
Hello everyone, welcome back once again to Tropical Throwdown 6. My name is Nitera and I am joined by Peter. And we're going to be looking into the match of Sonic Superstars and Block. So do you have any info for us for Sonic Superstars?
I do not. We saw Block on round 1. We did not get to see too much of them, unfortunately. So this is kind of a little bit of, I guess, a stream redemption arc. Oh no, my webcam. There we go.
Well, you know what? A redemption arc indeed. Block needed that run back on at least one of the other teams that they'll be fighting against today. So, you know what? Block, you got your chance to shine once more back onto the stream. Show everyone what you're really made of, and you know, that last match, really a big misfortune right there. And we will be looking at to Rainmaker on Eel Tail Alley. So just now we were saying, you know, Splat Zones might be the play. But now we're saying Rainmaker is probably the play.
Well, Rainmaker has to be the play, unfortunately. They don't get any decision right now. On the side of Sonic Superstars, we have Tato95 or Tato. We have Glacianek, we have ML, we have Cass. I know Cass. That's so cool. That's one of my friends.
Cass.
Staffer at Squid Junction. So
Oh.
we have Cass on the Zap there, and then Block, that comp that we saw before. I do like we have the paintbrush, ink brush as well on the side of Sonic Superstars. So I'm interested to see how that works out for them. Already we've got a crab out and the squeezer going down. We have a killer whale on the side of Sonic Superstars as well. The ink brush using their very fast speed capabilities. They're definitely looking for a pick there. The tactical out as well. Ooh,
Wow.
We have a bunch of picks on the side on the map right now. Emil here on the slosher looking for a pick on that inkjet, gets one hit, not quite getting the second, but they have that tactical. Get stuff there. Ballpoint goes down. We have all of these strikes coming out. The zap on the side. Cass is down. Cass is the zap. But Emil is going to go ahead, pick up that Rainmaker. Looks like they do get shot down.
Just a little bit, but like along the side, we do have one special for Block here, which will be really good for them. The ink strike already popping off, so now it's back to a neutral state. Both teams have to find a way around it, and they do not want to let any point go down. 74 points on the side of Sonic Superstars, as they are slowly inching their way closer, and Taro gets another trade in, and the Rainmaker resets.
Yeah, that was a 3 down there on the side of Block. And the Rainmaker does reset. Sonic Superstars is going to be able to bring that all the way to the checkpoint very nicely there. We had the Inkjet there also is going to make a lot of space. Pop goes to Sonic Superstars. You can see the splash wall there blocking off an entire possible realm of pushing, though we have the Crab Tank as well. Might get popped from up here. It's a little bit of vantage point, we'll see, but we also have the Zuko come out. We have the Strikes come out, and through it all, the Rainmaker somehow manages to sneak its way down to 29. Emil here on the Slosher getting some nice ledge camp picks. And, ooh, we have the Strikes coming out as well. So Sonic Superstars still maintaining their position. And the Rainmaker getting picked up again. It's they're marching
That's not
towards...
good.
Oh, yeah, not good indeed. The, getting past that uninkable is really important. The Strikes did take them out, but they got all the way to 14 right now. And Block must be feeling the pressure.
Feeling the pressure is an understatement. I mean, look at what's happening to them. Block really knows how to really push them back when it counts. The Crab is going in and they're locking themselves out here, but Cass walking forward, no stranger to danger. And now they're trying to remake an entire worth of Ink Economy and take back zone for themselves to push forward the Rainmaker.
Yeah, the Squeezer had a couple of picks trying for there, but unfortunately they got taken out. We have the Inkjet coming out, one down on both sides there. Inkjet's gonna come out and make some space. You can see it pushes the members of Sonic Superstars back into mid. The Strikes are also going to make a lot of space. They just, Block really just needs a presence here. They put out the Zuka as well, but the Killer Whale on the side of Sonic Superstars is going to make that a lot more difficult. Crab wasn't able to find anything. Now we have the Strikes. All of these specials getting thrown at each other. The Rainmaker is forced to drop, but Cass somehow managing to stay safe on that little split. We have a double, though. Oh my goodness, this
Triple to a wipeout.
Triple into a wipeout. Incredible play from what right there? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry if I butchered your name, but they are going to pop the Crab right there and immediately just controlling all of this area. Their teammates have the Rainmaker. This is their opportunity to push it forward right here.
This is fantastic for them as now they've got a certain wall pushing in slowly towards them, but unfortunately Cass is not going to give them any hope to come back here as they are now once again pushing back the Rainmaker to its rightful place on the other side of the map where Block resides.
Yes, and Cass is going to make very quick work of that already. Gotten that back down to mid. That is 2 down again on the side of Block. Cass, though, a little bit on their own. We got Tato on the Ink Rush coming over there to help them out. Looks like they're going to take this... Looks like they're trying to take this rightwards position, or Cass might just be stalling it out. We've got a minute left in this Ink Rush. Oh my goodness, another pick all the way in the back lines of Block. And Emil, too, does get taken out. But again, there is the wipeout. And actually, this is exactly what Block needs. They are going to get the Rainmaker. They just have to win the individual fights here. You can already see so far ahead. We have the Squeezer trying to get picks, looking for it. They have the Zuka. That's going to be really, really, really important here. But again, Cass just not letting anything slide. We've got 30 seconds left.
Oh my god, Cass with the tactical and now is able to just push in once again, not giving it any space to move around. And again, look at Ink Economy right now. Cass just needs to let the Rainmaker reset and they get another free round at it. Again, Block is just so far back at this point and they have only one special to try and contest here. But with one pick, let's see what they can do.
One pick indeed, taking out Cass. The main thing they've had to worry about. One of their splashes goes down. We have the triple Ink Zuka coming out here. Doesn't find a pick. Gets picked off by the Inkjet Glaze here. Really, really nice picks there, looking for the Rainmaker pick. I'm not sure if they were the one that got it or not, but either way, the Rainmaker got picked, and that is what matters.
Block really doing their best here to hold them back. You can definitely see from the map state here that they have tried what they can, but unfortunately, it looks like Sonic Superstars are always just, one surmountable push back over and over again. I mean, it's just not fair for the side of Block when they have to keep dealing with Cass just running up to them and not able to go down. And just always going for like a 2-for-1 trade. It's just so devastating.
Yeah, I think the combination of it almost just felt like Sonic Superstars was one step ahead. They had that big opening push, they got all the way down to 6, which raises the bar really high for Block, and then they just kind of went turtle defense mode for the rest of that match, and it worked out for them.
Right. But in that said, Block now has a chance to do another counter pick as for before. Let's see if they can make something work from here on out. But in the meantime, you want to talk about snails real quick?
And I thought you would never ask. In our breaks, we have been watching a different stream of a different game from Logan Arcade. I don't even know what the game is called, but it's some 5v5, and one of the ways
It's
to
a
win
killer
is riding
queen.
a snail across the board, and the snail can like eat people. So
The
we
snail
were
can eat people.
Yeah, we were talking
Oh,
about, you
my
know,
head.
whether snails have mouths, and it turns out they do, and their teeth are on their tongue, so they like stick
No,
their tongue out
that
and
shouldn't be the case.
they use it to like
No,
drag their prey into their gullet as the.
I hate that.
You can't
it
deal with
should not-
snails having teeth on their tongue. It's about like I think 2,500.
It should not exist. Does not need to. No, it shouldn't. No, no. Snails shouldn't have mouths like that.
How
Okay,
else would they
like-
eat? You have a snail, you
They,
have
they
no mouth.
absorb it. They absorb it.
They photosynthesize.
No, they absorb like the food. They like go over it and then they slowly absorb it and it slowly flattens down the food like that. It just
Like
goes
an
into.
amoeba?
That's what I thought.
Well, we're back on Inkblood Art Academy Splat Zones.
I don't know about this round a bit, but Block seems to have an idea if they want to play slow, maybe, because with the side of Sonic Superstars, they are very strong when it comes to offense. They'll be able to flank you very fast. Maybe what they want to do on the side of Block is go for a more turtle or snail strategy, slowly make their way inch by inch, and that might be the play. As we do see a Rapid Blaster Pro on this time, you know, a little bit more backline, give them a little bit more space to work with. So, you know, very likely this might be
Is that
play.
the Rapid or is that the new blaster?
That's the Rapid, I believe.
Okay, and then yeah, we also have the Gal. So again, a little bit of a slower play, and might be a little bit dangerous to have both a blaster and a Gal, especially when you're up against Cass with the heavy ink potential. But we've already got picks on both sides. Inkjet coming out doesn't quite find anything, so Glace doesn't find anything. But we have the splash, the double splash, I guess, that will make up for the lack of ink. So I think they've got it well balanced as long as those splashes continue to do their job. Cass in a little bit of a sticky situation, does get taken out. Unfortunately, we got the crab set up in the top mid. Really nice position to be in. And ooh, Tato, they're gonna be able to get a pick, so Oath has to chase them all the way back here, and you gotta watch out because that ink brush on the back lines is dangerous. That is a dangerous position to allow an ink brush to be in. Now Tato has full reign, gets the pick from something, and does go down.
From something.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, they were just kind of running around. And they got a pick. That's pretty impressive. You know, we got a Kraken there down on the zone, and right now, game actually, you know, you look at the scores and it might not seem even, but Sonic Superstars is fighting for control right now. 2 down on their side though means it's a lot more difficult. There is a pretty large penalty on Block right now though, so Sonic Superstars has room, has time to breathe, and of course they're going to be bringing out all the specials they have. They have the Slosher has their special as already. They've got more specials.
I'm very surprised that Block is actually doing their best here to try to like, hold them back. Like I said, just slowly inching their way forward. You know, let them come to you. Whenever Tato comes in, punish him. Whenever we see Cass trying to come in, punish him. There's like no way they can really make anything work if they continue to do this. But bit by bit, we're seeing that Sonic Superstars are taking the lead in terms of getting the zones here.
Ooh, yeah, and Glaze taking a little bit of a chance with that crab tank, but it works out in their favor. And now we can see Sonic Superstars slowly taking over mid. They still have to worry about that blaster, though, and the killer whale, and that is 2 down their side. All of the strikes as well. You can see it forces Emil to back. Oh, that is a wipeout. That is not good. You can see both Cass and Emil were caught out by those strikes, trying to back up, and now that paves the way for Block to take full control of this flat area there. Glaze getting a very nice pick though on the Gal. They won't have to worry about that. Potato here doing a little bit, doing something funny. There is something funny to come out from the placement of this ink brush, and not sure if they got. Oh, looks like they're getting.
Nope, we didn't get anything off that. Tato is still onto that top tower right there, holding it on strong, but they do have control of the point once again. And look at that, Cass on his own again in the 2v1 situation,
Yeah,
not
Cass
making any
getting
plays.
Cass getting double teamed, very unfortunate, and Emil also going down, meaning that although Sonic Superstars had control for a bit, their Block knows what they want to do, and again, they have control of this area. Ray right now just not letting anything touch him. You can see like 3 members trying to reach him, and nothing is going on. Cass there.
Oh no.
Oh, there we go.
Good attempt,
Yeah,
good attempt.
good indeed. We have all the strikes coming out. Though
Ooh.
that's really going to catch them. Cass somehow narrowly avoiding that, but stuck between a rock and a hard place. There's the killer whale coming out right now, and the penalty gets applied, but it's not a lot. Sonic Superstars really has to make something happen. Right now we're standing 19 to 59. They need to get a long-term hold on this map. And that seems to be like pretty difficult with all of the specials that are constantly being thrown out. However, Sonic Superstars has some ink strikes of its own.
Oh, but we do see a Kraken coming in to
Oh,
call them
no,
out here.
Blaze.
Emil and Tado is in a very weird spot here. They don't want to get knocked out. But Bray is now out for the count in terms of this Kraken, and they are able to take this back with the help of his team. Very good distraction coming from the Kraken.
Yeah, and that was a 3 down on the side of Sonic Superstars too. Blaze again doing their very best, but just not quite able to get anything done when they just can't get set up. And we have another crab. It's going to be popped out from the top here. And although Kaz is doing their very best, they can't. When you have the crab up top with all of this. Oh, well,
You were saying.
I was saying there was no longer a crab. We have the killer whale though now because Tato has taken care of that. And that zone almost in control of Sonic Superstars being fought over right now. There it is. And they might have just a couple more pushes left. We've got 30 seconds left on the board here. That blaster is down on the side of block. That splash is down as well. Finally, Sonic Superstars has their feet under them. That splash being down means that Sonic Superstars won't have to worry about the additional paint coming out. And now their penalty is entirely gone. They just have to hold down the zone.
Honestly, it was looking great for block here, and now it's not looking that much better. But if 10 seconds on the clock here, they only need one good pushback to return the favor, and this will be their game. Tado, unfortunately, is just going ham on the entire team of block here, and I really don't think they can really block this one out of their memory as it slowly counts down, and it looks like they've taken the lead into a victory. Sonic Superstars is just clenching it out with just that shy little bit of few points.
1 second left, and they got that lead by 1 point. I mean, if you're block, I can't imagine how that must feel.
I can tell you how that feels.
I mean, that's true, yeah. I'm sure every Splatoon player has had that moment. But you have the match for the entire time, and then in the last 30 seconds, that ink brush goes absolutely bonkers and says, you know what? I don't think you get to live anymore. And there's the game.
I don't think you get to live anymore. You know, you gotta do the swig.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much what Tato did at the end there, absolutely going ham, as you put it, and being able to be in that position, get those picks, and keep the paint up, because Inkbrush does have a pretty good paint output. It really worked out in the end. But also, we had great plays from block there. We saw insane special coordination, and also I think the blaster was an amazing pick just because of the sheer range that it lent, and the double splash was more than enough to make up for the lack of ink.
Right, and of course, you know what? To be fair here, there's a lot more going on when it comes to that, and Block had something going for them. Fortunately, just fell off at the very end. I mean, I was gonna say, right? They had like the crab coming out, crab attack, holding it the fort down for them, giving them so much tough control, and they were not able to make and utilize it when Tato just streamlined it. There was nothing they can do about it. So it's definitely painful to see from Block's side. But GG's from Supersonic. Block definitely did their hardest to fight this one, and I gotta give it to them. You have any closing words for us, Keaton? Because I do think we're passing it on to someone else.
Yeah, that is going to do it for us and for the group stage. We do have Top Cut after this. The two of us will be handing the mic to Jeannie and Devi, and that is an amazing combo that you will not want to miss. Both of those people are incredibly talented casters. Before we go, Nitera, where can the wonderful people in the audience find you on the internet?
Wow, I see how it is. You're gonna throw me like that first. I was gonna do it to you. But yes, you can find me on Twitter at Ryan_Nitera. You can take down below. And of course, I think on your end, more or the same thing.
Yes,
you can check
you can also find me
there.
Okay, well, yeah, you can say that for me. Down there is my Twitter handle, Cater_. I talk about the things I cast, and I post art.
You do art.
I do art. It's great.
Okay, hold on. That sounds like an insult. Wait, hold on. I do look at people's Twitter. I swear.
Yeah, well, that's gonna do it for us. More snail fun facts next time we cast. So do stay tuned. We'll be right back at you with a different set of casters and Top Cut. See you then.
lights go out. Pour me up some shots, I'll take another round. 'Cause when the DJ plays that brand new song, I can take one more and party all night long, 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 all night long.
Oh, I got lost on the way to you in an orange sky by the ocean blue. Every mile lost, my soul renewed, taken by the sunrise and the golden view. Walking slowly in the mountains underneath the constellations. Yeah, I know that you've been waiting for me. Time is losing all its meaning, like I'm living in a dream, and I've been chasing all the feelings I need. It's in these moments with words unspoken, my eyes wide open, life tastes so sweet. It's in these moments where all I know is coming into focus, and now I see. It's in these moments. It's in these moments. Oh, I got lost on a winding road in the dark of night with the stars aglow. Heaven's up above, got me below as I head to you like the river flows. Walking slowly in the mountains underneath the constellations. Yeah, I know that you've been waiting for me. Time is losing all its meaning, like I'm living in a dream, and I've been chasing all the feelings I need. It's in these moments with words unspoken, my eyes wide open, life tastes so sweet. It's in these moments where all I know is coming into focus, and now I see. It's in these moments. precious moments.
Children used to run and play. Look at all the mess we made. Guess I never know where it went wrong. Sometimes I feel like all that's sad, 'cause viral then people forget. In this crazy world I don't belong. I see fire burning but I close my eyes. I'd rather deny that. Everything is falling out of place. I see trees ripped from the ground but nobody makes a sound. I see fire burning but I'm fine. No, I'm nobody. The future feels so unsure. Didn't we deserve more? The burden that you left is way too heavy for me. Do you ever feel like the world would die out? My anxiety's off the roof, I cry out. We have gone too far, take me back right now. I see fire burning but I close my eyes. I'd rather deny that. Everything is falling out of place. I see trees ripped from the ground but nobody makes a sound. I see fire burning but I'm fine. I'm nobody.
I got you and your vibes in my mind, I can't get them out, no matter how hard I try. I need you and your heart next to mine, yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here, you spark chemical reactions. Your aura strikes like lightning. Got no words, I'm just drowning in attraction. Only one way to describe it. It's electric, can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. Got double vision 'cause I love tonight. It's electric. It's electric.
just let me go. Please let me go. You like to love so hard and then you throw it away. You like to open scars and then you blame it on me. You're someone I can never be with. You joke about my flaws and weaknesses. Why do you love so hard and then just throw it away? You opened up my heart and just to close it on me. Don't blame it on me. Don't blame it on me.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back from the break to Tropical Throwdown 6. I am Genie7, joined by...
Debbie!
This way. I have to remember this.
That way. There you go. You got it. Don't worry. You eventually had it. Yeah, welcome back. We're about to go into the single elim bracket phase. We're going into round 1 here. We have Sonic Superstars. I was gonna say Supersonic Superstars. I was gonna make that
really
a lot
getting out
harder
there.
than it needed to be.
Yeah.
Versus Fortune. So Sonic Superstars were just on stream after when the round robin ended, I believe. And now we're going to hop back, and they are going to be playing Fortune.
This should be a good match. We are going to be going into counter-picking format, so we do know what the first map will be. As I say that, I am a professional, and I should have had it there. It is Scorch. I remember it was Scorch. Scorch Clams, Devi.
Yes.
You and me, both spotting players, you know it, and you gotta love it. Am I right?
I mean, in all honesty, I'm a 50-50 with Scorch because now, depending on how like teams adapt to it, right? Like, yes, of course, as a splatling player, you can take a lot of control in a couple given areas, right? But it can also be countered a lot by a lot of like specials and everything in team coordination. So sometimes people just want to go a lot quicker. But of course, we're seeing ballpoints come back out because we know how popular that's been these days. Tato's brush is reappearing. We've got a V Junior as well, and then we also got 52 and Splash appearing as well.
Yeah, I actually really like the Slosher pick coming out of Sonic Superstar. That can get a lot of work done, especially with those ink spikes. That can make so much space. As we already see Tato going down really darn early. 2 gone. Fortune, they're up really early in the fight.
I didn't see how the junior went down there, but yeah, Fortune able to take those couple picks there. Tato, I think, just wanted to try to dip in and dip out as quick as possible, but did get caught out as basically the entire team was there, ready to catch out the brush, and we can see that 52 is putting a wall, comboing with this inkjet worked so well in their favor, so now it's kind of a reverse, back to 2 down. On Sonic Superstars, and the first push is happening for Fortune. Tri-Strike's coming out to stall Tato, coming in from behind, but read very well by the ballpoint. And now just clams are being gathered, and you can see the junior just bubbled in the middle, but the ballpoint was able to get underneath and still swim through the bubble to get more clams in.
Yeah, and oh my goodness, great Booyah Bomb placement. There are going to be clams on the map, enough for Fortune to get some more into this basket, and they will. Just one more clam, but I think they're going to call it here. Glace is going to be ready without ballpoint to hold them back, but it took so long for Sonic Superstars. That was like, I want to say 45 seconds worth of a push.
Yeah, right off early in the game, too. They had the first initial picks to gain that advantage, and then they just went with it and ended up getting 2 more, comboing with the 52's wall and the inkjet, and now it looks like that Sonic Superstars wants to try to get something done here as well, but instead 2 of their teammates go down. Fortune doing a really good job at picking out what side Sonic Superstars are trying to push from and getting those 2 members that are trying to team up on that given side.
Losing your junior and the Slosher so early on in that fight was detrimental for Superstars. But Fortune, this is an opportunity. Apple, 7 clams ready. They just need 1 more. They're sharking in a little tiny piece of ink, and they get the 1 clam that they need by taking from Tato, but they can't get the power clam into the basket. Oh my goodness, that would have been a phenomenal way to get the basket open.
Oh my goodness, just because they were so close to there, they did get that 1 pick, but of course that takes the time away to be able to get that extra clam and get the basket. But yes, very risky play, and I mean, it almost worked, and the patience from that junior there was amazing. And of course, now we have Sonic Superstars did manage to go in and break the basket, but 3 of their teammates go down, so unfortunately it just left the Slosher, meaning that there's a delayed wipe happening here, and Fortune is able to just go up now. The 52's got the wall in place, and the rest of the members are just gathering clams to come move in here. And I did hear a crab pop from in behind
Look at all these
here.
specials. All 4 specials are ready for Fortune. This is going to break the basket wide open with a power climb in it. There's no one to be able to defend that from Superstars. They have to push out of their spawn so darn far. Wheel Bomb's still there, ready to go. It's going to get launched. Superstars are forced so far back. Fortune, they need some more clams though. They have the numbers, but they don't have those clams able to go in the basket. Superstars were able to find a way back in and slow it down. I think the basket's going to be able to close in time, and it will. But my gosh, it cost them everything for Superstars.
It really did. They did manage to defend here, and now they just need to take some of the turf back. We can see Tato on the brush there, went in and got a pick from above, and now the ball point here is just taking some space, and you can see the members, they're playing more patient in the middle here as the rest of Fortune is in a good spot here, like not giving up too much ground, but yet still combating what's there. Inkjet coming down. We see the trade going down in the corner. Crab trying to also block, but it looks like the Inkjet did in fact shred the Crab. Tri-strikes went out as well. Resource left there is the bubble to help get them in and find a place. But they do have the members of Fortune back at the moment. Now, can they possibly pick them off in the corner is going to be this next question here.
Yeah, I mean, you said it best. How are they possibly going to be able to get it push in there with a special like a bubbler? That's a question that not many people can answer because you can't really, and this is exactly what's happening. Fortune, they're able to take 2. Apple coming up clutch with the 52 cal shots. That was crazy. They're able to just defend this. I don't feel like they have to rush in because Superstars, realistically, how are you going to get in there? Maybe Inkjet, maybe Tri-Strikes, or Tato just going off. Tato falling, you're relying on specials now.
Yeah, something that Fortune is doing really well is that they're finding Tato first and making sure that they can isolate that brush. Tato, of course, will get the upper hand on some points in times, as we did see earlier, getting up to top mid and taking off a member of Fortune. But however, the brush is just being found out, and then none of the other members of Sonic Superstars can just move in afterwards. They have to wait for the brush to come back and then try it all again. And in this case, another 2 do go down, and Fortune is back in the other basket. They're keeping up their best aggression here, so that way Sonic Superstars have nowhere to go by the time this timer's over.
And I thought that was going to be game easily. The power climb was it should have been able to go in there, which is not enough range. And at the end here, we're going to go into overtime. The Sonic Superstars, it's not just a hill. This is a mountain they've got to climb to find a way back into this game.
It really is, and it's kind of a deja vu situation, is all they have as a special resources is the bubbler. And of course, 2 go down yet again, 1 from the back, 1 from the front. They do have those 2 power clams there, but the Inkjet is just trying to stall one out, but the machine able to move in, get the pick off on the Inkjet. Super Jump's going to come in the middle, but there is no time whatsoever to get those 2 clams in.
No, and what a game from Fortune. At the very beginning of the game, they open it up with a quick double, and that set the story for the entire rest of the game. Nothing else that Sonic Superstars could do would really get them into the basket. They got 1 power clam, and that's it. That was the only points on the board that they had all game. Fortune, they stayed in control. They gave up some space in mid, but they didn't need to just they could hold on to their own basket, even if they gave up space in mid. There was just no way for the Superstars to really go fast and just kind of break open the basket.
They really played the patient game well. Like I said, they were waiting for it to figure out where the brush was going to go, and then where the brush was going to go usually followed up a second, or they were going to go a different ways. Because we could see how the brush was getting caught out, like on the grates there that one time. The machine had a perfect read on it. And just around the corner, we had the brush go down early. They were trying to go in, zip out. Unfortunately, didn't work for them. I think that one ended up just playing well on good team positioning wise for Fortune, as basically the entire team was on that side, and I don't think they realized it. So the brush got stuck, and then another one fell down afterwards. And then given back to the pushes that Sonic Superstars were doing, you could see what they wanted to do. Like, they had all those specials and they popped them off, and of course it left the bubble, right? Because they were hoping that the specials that they launched towards middle were going to get a couple picks and the junior could go in and bubble by basket, I think is what they were waiting for. But unfortunately the other specials didn't get the picks that they wanted, so it just left the bubble just kind of hanging there, and then I don't think they really knew what to do with it at a given time. They were just hoping that the rest of the subs could follow up, maybe fall off from the splatling, just anything to try to get that extra pick to get in. And then they had that bubble as the backup to help get more clams in. But that unfortunately didn't go to how they had hoped.
No. The other thing with Superstars, they had 3 bombs. At one point in time, I thought, there's got to be some way that 3 bombs would be able to find you something. And one of them is a junior, which can throw 2 bombs pretty darn close together, if not at all times if you with the right gear build. But they used their specials, they couldn't find anything. And then the bombs, and they also still couldn't find anything. At some point in time, I felt like just fortune was favoring fortune. Some may say.
They had good luck, good fortune. Again, I think it was like Fortune was really well reading the play there for what Sonic Superstars were trying to do. And also with their combos as well, you could see when they had the resources, they didn't really use like 2 right off the get-go. Like they actually used more of the subs and the main weapons to help initiate one of the other specials. Like take that 52 and Inkjet play right off the bat to get that first score from Fortune. That was a solid play. The 52 each time went up and walled that little area to go in towards to block the front of the basket. The Inkjet just came through from behind and were able to catch who were trying to swim up towards the wall, and then also read and kind of fire behind and pick off the ones who were trying to flee backwards. So it worked out really well in their favor.
Yeah, and our map counterpick will be coming in. It is going to be Zones, Inkblot, Art Academy. This is a mode which a junior and a ballpoint and a slosher, I feel like it definitely is a better pick. Better pick for Sonic Superstars. But I'm worried if they don't win first zone fight, how they're ever going to get back in. Inkblot is a long map, which is very punishing. If you lose the first zone fight and you lose the second fight, your third fight is... Most maps, you can get a third fight with specials. This map, you can't. It just doesn't feel like... if they lose first fight, it could be a quick 2-0 hole, in my opinion.
Yeah, because what is it? Just coming out of the spawn, it's like still such like a choke point area, especially if it's just being held by other subs and stuff that the other team has. But just it also depends on the patient game. Like sometimes if there is time to spare, especially after like a second potential different. Whoa! Sorry, squirrel moment.
No. Glistenek is a phenomenal spotlight player, and I've had the pleasure of seeing this too many times. I've been on the wrong end of it, so I'm gonna let you, Hydra Queen, go off on the Hydra pick.
I still love seeing the players bring this into comp. It's great. Like I'd still like to use it myself, and of course we saw it catching off the bucket over in the middle there, but the 52 was there to follow up. So a big thing here that Sonic Superstars need to do is make sure that they can read where Fortune is going to be able to use the subs and specials in that area, catch them out, and that way the Hydra can also follow up and take one of the dominant positions, because they're also going to have to help contest that ball point away from the rest of the members. And just like that, we can see the ball point up on top trying to point down from Attic, and the Inkjet is out, so they're able to go around, help shoot from behind the zone. You can see that they were also putting a couple shots towards that Hydra. I think they did even land one to help try to shred armor, but the Booyah able to catch out the landing there, and the Hydra does end up going victorious on that spot. And we can see Tato following up for where the rest are on plat. Now the rest of Sonic Superstars, as soon as they can get back into the middle there, should be able to hang on to that side, but a lot of them right now are taking up the middle area. Sometimes that adds a little bit of extra pressure for the Hydra when there's a lot more on top mid. They want to take that spot, so it's just extra bombs being put in their way. So now Fortune able to come back in.
Yeah, they are able to come back in. I was worried there was 2 good specials there on the side of Superstars to be able to hold on to that zone. But Fortune able to finally get the zone down at 21. And this is what I was worried about before. And especially now that there's a Hydra pick out. What is the options for Sonic Superstars to get back in? Hito's going to have to go on a mad flank down on this lower side. And they're in. The strikes are out, going to be able to punish that crab. Hito's going in on this lower side of the map. They are going to get one. There's a machine and a ballpoint gone. That's 3 down. This is the way to get back in for Superstars. And they broke the zone wide open. And they're ready to go on the lockout again.
Something nice that Sonic Superstars does have is that they have the Tri-Strikes and a Booyah Bomb. So they will have that one special at given times that they can use to help displace people off the zone and even partially paint it. And then the rest of them can follow up. So it's working really well together with depending on which one they had. So in that case, they had the Tri-Strikes that they're ready to help move in with. And they were able to go back in and get the claim there. Tato there again trying to dip in, but just misreads there, and Fortune able to go back down into the zone here. But one does get picked off on the side there by the Hydra, I believe. And there we go. Hydra is popping off this match as they are now taking the perch that they want, and the rest of Sonic Superstars can go up and try to lock out the rest on this flat here to make sure that they could get through penalty, but we do have a 1-for-1 trade, bucket for bucket. But Tato here again trying to zoom around, but usually getting picked out by Apple or the ballpoint.
And the double glazies are sitting here on zone. One's gonna get punished out. The Booyah Bomb is thrown. That I believe there was a big bubbler that was just using. Yeah, there it is. Just Apple dancing around, even inside of it though. Gonna try and stay safe in the zone. There's gonna be a crab pop plum tart. Again, a lot of specials have been used, but as long as you can get the splats off of it, that's a good special usage.
Absolutely. So Fortune here now going down to where they're about to go for more points here, but it is being neutralized by a couple specials here. Booyah Bomb going down on the left-hand side of the zone. The bubble also taking some of the parts of the right side, so it couldn't be painted, which was actually a pretty decent spot there to get the bubble in kind of the back corner because it prevents paint from going onto the zone. And that's how I've seen bubble plays go down on zones, is that they'll put the bubble on a certain part of the zone so they can't paint it from afar. And it'll just help neutralize it or help the team get back so that they can hold it. But Fortune able to come back through. They managed to get cap again, and they again don't have much for penalty. And we see the Hydra just waiting down in the corner there where not a lot of people will expect it to be, but it works out because they can make that jump. Booyah Bomb at the ready. It's going to go in the corner where
Oh my
most
goodness.
of the players. Really nice Booyah Bomb to displace, pushing them all to the other side.
And that's a zone flip in the middle of all that. Bingo's going to be trying holding this right block. They have Apple's wall to their left, but you don't want to stand too close to that. That bomb is coming with their name on it. They're going to be forced out, forced down. Tato's going to fall, but Tato doesn't really care. Tato just keeps running in there. As a brush does to create all that chaos. The zone penalty is quite low, but at least it will. No, it's not. There's somehow Fortune. They all fall, and there's going to be a jump out. I don't think there's going to be any time here, Debbie, to get back for the zone.
There really is not a lot of time, and they do have a Booyah Bomb from that machine, but by the time it goes out, there's going to be no time to be able to cap the zone, and this is going to go in Sonic Superstars' favor.
Phenomenal counter pick out of Sonic Superstars. We saw at the end, the members of Superstars were just walking up that ramp on the plat. We saw the Hydra, we saw the Junior, we saw the Slosher, just making their way onto the plat, taking away that plat, because that caused extra distraction. You have to run in the zone if you're Fortunate, but how are you supposed to run at zone if you have to fight before you get to it? And even if some of the members on Sonic Superstars fell right at the end, it didn't matter. There was just no time. With 20 seconds left, if you have 20 seconds left on Inkblot, there's no way you're getting there. It's a large zone, and it's a long distance.
Yeah, unless if you had the specials ready at the given spot where you could just throw them on, and if one member could just swim in at that time, that would be your only chance. And I mean, I've seen a miracle play like that happen before, but again, it's so rare for it to happen, especially in a comp setting. That it's just tough for it to work, especially. But at that given time, you could see that that was sealed. So of course, Sonic Superstars winning on their counter pick has got to be good there for them. So now Fortune's turn to counter pick.
And there's two ways of counter picking. It's I'm gonna focus back on how Superstars did it. If you pick a map that you win for your counter pick, but you win it not decisively, it is a successful counter pick, but it doesn't feel good inside. They won that one fairly decisively with a knockout, and Fortune never got it going underneath a 50. So if I'm Fortune, I'm going to try and look for something like that. And with modes, I would see Fortune doing better on with how they did on Clan Blitz and how they didn't do as well against a slower pace that Superstars brought out on zones. I would probably say something more like Rainmaker. I wouldn't want to go to a tower control, because you allow that Hydra and that Junior to like get a really good situation and settle on tower. But Rainmaker, you keep it very mobile. Junior's often not the best on Rainmaker.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, what is it? You can use the double bombs to help pop
Hey,
it.
yo.
So Rainmaker was the right choice. I was thinking the same thing. I just didn't know what map they would potentially pick. I was trying to go through options, and I'm like, what's one of the more popular Rainmaker maps? And I definitely forgot about this one. So the ranged members will definitely have a fun time here. I think this map also will give the brush a tough time to go through the sides as well, given with how the 52 and the ballpoint have been working together in the middle there. They can block off pathways really well. So this is a pretty solid counter pick from Fortune. Yep. Map and mode.
Map and mode for sure. Fortune, going down the checklist. Weapons that are good here. Ballpoint has always been good here, even when Inkjet wasn't buffed. Machine, no matter how hard they'll nerf it, as long as it still has its same sloshing property, will be good here. And 52 has always found a home, even at the very top level, on this map. So it was in my opinion, it was a blatantly obvious choice for Fortune.
Yeah, Sonic Superstars here are able to get one pick off early here, and now it looks like the brush going down in return. They had a decent place to go, and we see the Tri-Strikes locking out the Rainmaker now as well, and it's just giving it a tougher time to go for a path here. But you can see the patience being just the patience from the Rainmaker carrier. Like, they're not just over pushing. They're waiting till there's a time, and we can see Tato going in, trying to get a couple picks here. They're just zooming around. They're trying to go for the Inkjet, but doesn't get the Inkjet and caught off by the 52. It was a good attempt, though. I gotta give him that.
Oh yes, Tato does not care. I loved the effort. They never say die. I'm gonna take on an Inkjet, even though it's clearly out of my range with my little friend there. And unfortunately, for Glistenek, they were not able to find those shots because of the splash wall from Apple. This is a good spot now for Fortune to find their way through, especially without a whale, able to find out the members of Superstars, realize that they are making their way back from spawn.
Rainmaker getting a pick there. There's bombs just flying towards the Rainmaker as well. You can see how Fortune has majority of this left-hand side covered. That bomb just about landed there. That was such a good bomb roll. But two members of Sonic Superstars have been picked. This Inkjet now coming out to try to help stop. That ended up getting a double in the corner. A nice Inkjet shot there as it lured them to the corner. This is a good place to have the Rainmaker for the time being. It's still in the front. And if Fortune can collapse on that back corner again, it would work out well. With all of them being back in the corner, except for Apple, of course, and Apple here getting a pick going around could potentially stop the Rainmaker, and does. What a nice shark from Apple there.
Yes, my goodness. And Tato's actually going to start going off here. They do see Bingo, and as a brush, you kind of don't want, if you see a ballpoint making their way and charging up, you don't want to push at that. Because even in short range mode, it can still just shred you. And oh my goodness, we're going to see a right side push coming out of the side of Superstars. And they're going to get this pop as well with those Tri-Strikes. This Rainmaker is wide open. Lots of specials being used for Fortune to try and defend it. But that's A-okay for Superstars as long as they can stay alive.
Tato there doing the brush's job and distracting the range away from where the Rainmaker is actually going. That was just a hidden genius moment there that a lot of course, as we call them, the rat weapons, like to pull off, and they succeeded in that for able to get Sonic Superstars to get the checkpoint.
Yeah, and this Rainmaker is going to be grabbed. I feel like they're going to go left side with Fortune. That's where they're leaning, and they do see that Emil has dropped in the middle of zone. They're going to get punished out by the machine and the Inkjet. Apple's going to try and punish Tato before they get to the Rainmaker, and they do. They're able to stop them before any chaos happens. This left side looking pretty fine and easy to get to, but this Jet is going to put in a lot of work, and the Bubbler. I don't think you're going to be able to make your way through that now. Fortune, they waited just a little bit too long to let the specials come online for Superstars.
Even then, if they tried to go forward, I don't think they were going to get too far anyway, given with what was still in front with the Junior and the ballpoint being there, and then the specials coming out on top. Sonic Superstars had that locked and defended in a time so that Fortune could not get the checkpoint. The two specials are online for Sonic Superstars. They used the whale. We can see the Tri-Strikes are here at the ready, waiting for a given moment. We did see the Junior go down in the corner. Two members are down on the side of Fortune. We can see the Rainmaker just wanting to push up in with these Tri-Strikes. We can see the lead extending, and we get the Rainmaker here choosing out of the left spin lane forward.
That's his spotlight with the run speed.
The spotlight is moving.
That's why we were run speed. That, and also the fact that it helps our main weapon. You know, that's the run speed on Inkable is just a side effect.
Run speed. Let's go.
Oh, it's so funny. Oh, the days. Remember back to the unfinished Hammerhead Bridge. It's good to see those moments. They're still in this game. And my goodness, Fortune on their counter pick, all the way down to 15, and under a minute remaining. This is dangerous. This is when I start hitting the panic button.
Yeah, this is where people want to hit the panic button, but the other thing is that you still want to remain calm about it, because if you hit the panic button too soon, you're going to end up misplaying more than you expect to, and especially when you're the team in behind, you really want to make sure you stay calm so you can make your play right, so you can find a way to potentially secure lead again. But right now, Fortune here. Ooh. Fortune actually has that two-man advantage right now. And the wheel coming out as well. This is looking really good. Is it just the ballpoint left alive? They can get the checkpoint here. You see the wall going out on top, protecting that. Inkjet appearing to defend. We are going down into overtime about now, but they have to be able to get the Rainmaker and grab it, but 2 members of Fortune are down. The machine is trying to help get this fight. They are able to take it. The ballpoint goes down. It's just the machine with this, but they're gonna get collapsed on.
There's no one left. Fortune, they lost all their members, and the machine just had to run and grab it, knowing that the members of Superstars were there and waiting, ready to spot them at any moment. But my goodness, on paper, that map heavily favored Fortune, but they just
really
couldn't find a way in. Was it the bombs? Was it Tato running around in the brush? Was it just the pure defense of the ballpoint and the junior combination of both places? I think it was just a combo of everything.
It was a little bit of combo of everything there, and I think just how kind of it played out, if you think of it as a chess game, is who made the better move come on the team fights, right? And we could see in the one corner, especially when we saw that lead get extended to 15, we could see how the specials worked out really well in Sonic Superstars' favor. There was a couple picks that went down in behind, so the Rainmaker was able to move up. There was another special that followed up in, and then Glace with the Rainmaker there, of course, did the amazing mechanical move to forward squid roll over half the ramp and then run speed over to the rest, able to dodge the fire of the rest of Fortune's members. Like, that was such a good play, and of course with the just the shots not being able to hit the roll and going underneath of them. It was such a good mechanical play from them, and Fortune just could not find the shot pick on the Rainmaker as it went forward, so they were able to extend that lead. So it was there where the game was in their favor there, so they were able to go checkmate, even though it wasn't quite a KO, but that was the checkmate move right there.
That was, you don't have to always take the king piece. If you're forced into a position where they can't do anything else, then you'll win. I think we also got to add about that Rainmaker movement from Glistenek is the fact that with this grid roll, that kind of, when you're using your Pro Controller, it makes it so you have to really, really crank hard if you're using motion or sticks. So you're already in a precarious position of not being able to hit them. All weapons could squid roll, so people are used to that. What people aren't used to is Rainmakers on Inkables running as fast as Spotlings do. Most of the time, people are shooting way behind you because it's like Rainmaker moves this fast, so you shoot at that pace. But with run speed, it messes with your mind.
Yes, a lot of people, like, what is it? Just even going into a Rainmaker match, they'll check the abilities and see who has the most swim speed, and they'll try to focus that player. But they forget about the Uninkables and the people that have run speed, and being like, okay, if they get to this point, you really have to be careful because they can really extend the lead if they get here and they have the Rainmaker. So.
And Clamblitz Museum will be our counter pick coming in. Going back to Clams, I like it after what they did on Scorch. But I do have to say I'm a little bit worried because every time you pick a Clamblitz against a brush, it worries me. Luckily, this map is like Scorch. There's a one good way to get onto the main plat, and then there's a way that takes a leap of faith.
Mm-hmm.
So as long as you protect that leap a little bit, you should be fine just to close the front door on Tato.
It's kind of like a leap of faith in the wide open, and then a leap kind of closer to, but it's not as far because you have like the box, you have the spinner, and then you have the ramp on the side, which is just going straight forward. And with the brush, like on Scorch, they were able to find which way the brush wanted to go. And I wonder if they're gonna like make sure that they have someone keeping an eye on that left-hand drop, or just keeping an eye on keeping space of where the brush can go, because of course the middle, you should be able to see the brush running around. There isn't a much of cover there, so that they can keep an eye on the brush paths and keep that middle cleared. I think they're going to do a similar strategy like they did on Scorch.
And we're gonna see Tart swapping back over to the Splash. They were on the Splash Neo just for the previous game. So, gonna be rocking out that Crab Tank with the Burst Bomb, giving themselves a little bit extra firepower. And, Glace goes for the drop down on the right side.
Yes! Someone else does it!
That's a splatling play. If I've ever seen one, that is the play. It catches so many people off guard. Like, why would you ever think that weapon should be down on the right side? And are they gonna be able to take that fight with Apple? No. They're gonna get punished out by Bingo as well.
Oh my gosh, people call me crazy for making that move with the Hydra, but as you can see, I'm not the only one who does it and can make it work. And I'm glad
Hey,
other
I'm
people
here.
do this. I haven't seen
I
you
do
play
that
as
one
much,
too.
Genie. Good. I'm glad you do. But it is a great move, especially if you want to get like an early burst start, and that is what Sonic Superstars went for. That is what they were going to go for. They committed to it. They got the early 2, but now we're back in the middle here, and of course they did get a score, but they didn't get any points off of it. But they do have majority of mid control right now, and it looks like they're just trying to find a way for Tato to get in, but it looks like it's going to be the mid-range weapons here doing most of the trying to find a path for Tato.
Yeah, on those dry strikes, they are going to be able to force people from Fortune all the way into a corner, but Apple's able to sneak their way out of that fight. And a great job, great shots from Tart being able to take out the junior. Tato's gone as well. We're going to see Emil in mid trying to stay alive. They're going to get sloshed down, and just Glaze left alive with the Hydra. They're able to get one, but they're going to fall to this Booyah and that Killer Whale combo. Apple running in. They have that splash wall, but they gotta watch out with all these bombs. They're able to stay alive for just a little bit before Tato takes that high ground and smacks them with the brush from above. And again, Tato using the spinner to the advantage and just dropping, using even though the brush has so short range, just getting the rage advantage with fall off.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we see Fortune getting a bit of the upper hand, but going into an unlucky bomb there. Oh, that was quite unfortunate because they were just trying to reclaim space and build Inkjet. You can kind of see that, but just going down to that bomb. You see Tato here just trying to be the little distraction on the block because they do have 2 power clam. So Tato's making themselves seen so they can try to make the other clam maybe have another way forward here. But now the second clam getting picked off as well, and it just left the Hydra from back on the flat. So with the 3 down, you can see the members of Fortune moving up here. They're popping the whale. They're trying to isolate that Hydra. Booyah Bomb and Crab coming out as well, and it looks like the Hydra's able to escape just before they get splatted. And in return, 2 for 1 happen here in the fights, but it does go in favor of Sonic Superstars.
Yeah, and this is... The lead is not massive. 1 point lead, that's, by math, it is not massive at all. But at any point in time, both of these teams, with their compositions, if the spinner control can be theirs, and they have at least a 2-member advantage, that's when we're going to start seeing those clams roll in. That's when we're going to see this game open up. Neither team really, you see them going for the pushes. They're not committing everything. They're committing 1 or 2 members, but they're not going to commit everything until they know that they have the upper hand.
Yeah, so we see the fight going down in the middle there. Tato does trade with 1. It looks like the ballpoint does go down in return there. Sonic Superstar still up 1. The Slosher is trying to find this pick on Apple, but now he's going to get tag teamed, but Apple getting a trade, which is pretty good there to get a trade in that point. We see a super jump coming in with the clam as well. That's going to be Tato running it in because they have the cover from the wall, and the ballpoint couldn't aim down quick enough there. Tato's going to get a second one in!
Excuse me! That push was a nothing push! It literally was nothing. They had a Hydra which slowly walked up the ramp and took one out, and then Tato jumped in with a power clam. How is that the push that happened?
Like I said, brush movement, and then with the Splatling being above, the brush has enough, of course, quick movement, and with the ballpoint just trying to get the down aim isn't exactly the easiest thing to do.
Oh, no.
So that was a really good spot for the brush to jump in and get that clam. And then, of course, the brush just moving around, dodging all the shots, able to go back in and get that second clam. So now we see Fortune here. They use 2 specials. Here's the third. And they do manage to get the junior down for the ballpoint. We see the wall going up. Apple's trying to move up a little bit here. Booyah Bomb coming out from the Hydra, and we see the Slosher trying to make a pick here, unable to find one. It's just going out to be an all-out brawl here on the corner of this plat.
Yeah, the spinner control is still in the favor of Superstars. Even though there is plat control from Fortune, they don't have spinner control. And giving a Slosher and a brush, this spinner is not, you're not going to be able to fight them. Those are just 2 weapons that you just cannot win those fights against. Some way, Fortune has to get in here, and they don't have time at all in their favor. They do have some splats though, but not enough, especially when they're in the member disadvantage. Make that a member neutrality.
This is a great bubble here. The last hurrah bubble placed by that junior just to help the Hydra able to force out the ballpoint, able to keep them alive. Booyah Bomb's coming out to space. We see 2 members up on top here. They managed to get one. Oh, Apple is going crazy here. Can Apple find another? They can. This is going to be Tato coming in from behind, but caught out again. This is going to be really tight here, Genie.
They've got clams. They've got clams to win this. They're gonna have to get some more though. If they can jump in with their pity, I don't think they grabbed it. They just need 2 more clams to get in. Just has to be Apple. Apple's gotta find some. They have 1. They have 2. Can they get up there in time and get them in? No, they won't. And that's gonna be the door shut on the game and the series. Sonic Superstars coming out on top.
Oh my goodness, what a last hurrah there. Wow. Did they have a pity to use? I can't
Yes.
remember if they actually had one.
They did.
Okay, they did. Okay, yeah,
They
that
did.
was okay.
And
That would have been a decent, of course, using as the emergency method. I couldn't remember if they had one or if they used it for this. But wow.
We finally saw spinner control for Fortune. It came in overtime. And as soon as that spinner control, they started making the right over top of the spinner. You saw the Slosher go down, you saw the Junior go down, then you saw the Hydra go down. And that's when we're like, uh-oh. Superstars might have just lost this in overtime. And Fortune's going to force Game 5. But they didn't have the clams. And Tato got a trade. Tato's trade was, in my opinion, what sealed it. But my goodness, there was just not enough members to throw clams in. If Fortune had 3 members alive, with Tato not getting that trade, this would be a different game. Because that's just 2 clams. That would be another member. They'd be able to run, find 2, 3, like a spawn of 3 somewhere. And we'd be talking about Game 5 right now, Debbie.
Yeah, it would be. It was really close. And something that I noticed also just after Game 1, remember how I said how Fortune was doing a good job at reading the brush? Because the brush was going forward more and all that. But I noticed after the next couple games is Tater would only go forward when they had someone else covering for them in the next couple games that happened after. So they quickly realized what Fortune was doing and had the extra cover there, which allowed the brush to get more in place, because we could see that the brush only went in when there was a path there, a guaranteed pick. It was definitely more aware from the second game onwards, and then the whole team following up afterwards just worked out really, really well. And then for Fortune, you could see they were trying to come back from it, but they really wanted to get that extra front pick off as well. And I mean, Apple was doing a really good job at using those walls, getting into places, even being patient and just like the slightest amount of ink, getting picks off from the side. But in return, Sonic Superstars would always be 1 step up ahead and picking off another member in return. So yeah.
Yeah, with that, that will end our first round of our bracket stage. And Superstars, they will be continuing on. And with that, Debbie, we'll throw it to a quick break. And don't go anywhere, everyone. More action coming your way.
a beautiful light. When I still want you closer, I am longing for closure, and I'm wondering why. No, no matter what I do, I keep on falling for you. I keep on falling for you. I keep on. It's hard to get over such a beautiful light. When I still want you closer, I am longing for closure, and I'm wondering why. No, no matter what I do, I keep on falling for you. I keep on falling for you. I keep on falling for you. I keep on. Falling for you.
Hands go up and the lights go out. Pour me up some shots, I'll take another round. 'Cause when the DJ plays that brand new song, I can take one more and party all night long. Hands go up and the lights go out. Pour me up some shots, I'll take another round. 'Cause when the DJ plays that brand new song, I can take one more and party all night long, 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 all night long.
ocean blue. Every mile lost, my soul renewed, taken by the sunrise and the golden view. Walking slowly in the mountains underneath the constellations. Yeah, I know that you've been waiting for me. Time is losing all its meaning, like I'm living in a dream, and I've been chasing all the feelings I need. It's in these moments with words unspoken, my eyes wide open, life tastes so sweet. It's in these moments where all I know is coming into focus, and now I see. It's in these moments. It's in these moments. Oh, I got lost on a winding road in the dark of night with the stars aglow. Heaven's up above, got me below as I head to you like the river flows. Walking slowly in the mountains underneath the constellations. Yeah, I know that you've been waiting for me. Time is losing all its meaning, like I'm living in a dream, and I've been chasing all the feelings I need. It's in these moments with words unspoken, my eyes wide open, life tastes so sweet. It's in these moments where all I know is coming into focus, and now I see. It's in these moments. It's in these moments. It's in these moments.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Tropical Throwdown 6. I am Debbie, joined by Jeannie, and we are about to go into round 2 of the single elim bracket. We are about to see White Noise versus Block.
I love that team name. That's that's a good team name. It's nothing special. White Noise, on the other hand, is a team I have seen this name around in the past. So they are coming into our tournament as a number 1 seed, and I expect that to continue. Our first map will be Museum. We just saw it previously, but this time instead of clan butts, we're going to be seeing it on Tower Control.
Yeah, this one.
Do you think any spicy weapons can come out here, Debbie?
Any spicy weapons? Not. I mean, there always can be. But
I know it's a loaded question.
I can't remember. Oh, it is. And I was watching the stream earlier too, half and half when both teams had an appearance on stream earlier, but I can't remember if there was anything that like overly, stood out to me. Short-term memory failing me. I think we're gonna be relatively standard things. So, but we will see here.
Yeah, this will be a interesting way of coming out, and that's okay. You know what? The 96 cal I would classify as spicy. Okay, now
on
it's not
both
as
sides,
spicy,
yeah.
there's
Okay.
two of them. Now there's 2 of them.
Something that we don't see, like that we're seeing, I guess, come into play more often now, of course, is the Rapids. Before we saw a Rapid Pro Deco appear in a set earlier in the round robin phase. Now we are seeing the normal Rapid Deco appear here as well. So those torpedoes plus inkjet combo, and then of course just firing underneath the ledges can just do a lot. But we could see that Block just immediately went down right away, and we could see Jared with the Kraken just going up, dropping underneath the ledge, able to get out of the shots, and Gray here just firing around, seeing if they can gain extra control. But you can see Block is just way far back right now. I think there's one trying to help contest the tower, but White Noise is just securing it on that corner, trying to get it to the next spot.
They did such a good job, and I don't think they caught Jared out with the 96 cal RNGs. Not in Jared's. And never mind, it wasn't Jared's favor. I thought Jared for sure fell in that scenario. My eyes are playing tricks on me.
Yeah, Jared getting that Kraken right off the get-go to survive the bomb, go forward, is going to go in and try to go and get another pick here, but actually it's going to go follow up with Orion there, just help get up top there, and the tri-strikes using in kind of like a last hope, but 2 end up going down there before Inkjet could even fly up into the sky. Again, that was kind of something you and I were talking about on the side of just kind of Inkjet mechanics. Sometimes if you end up flying too low, you're still underneath the shots, so they'll manage to hit you more rather than escaping them.
I gotta say, this game is looking terribly in the favor of White Noise. Block, they're getting spawn camp. Jared with the Kraken on the top ropes. Orion's on just riding tower. When you have your Tetra player who goes in and dies all the time riding tower, you know you're just stomping the game.
How many Krakens did Jared get? I feel like whenever we saw Jared, there was a Kraken.
Jared was just getting splat. There was a double that Jared got by just jumping from the mid spinner and firing at plats. And 4 shots of the 96 cal hit. If anybody's ever played Splatoon 1, 2, or 3, use a 96 cal and jumped off a ledge and fired 4 bullets, the odds of you getting 2 splats in that scenario is less than 1%. That's what it feels like. But somehow, some way, Jared able to curve the shots perfectly, and just when your RNG is falling for you, then it's just falling for you, and that was a White Noise stomp.
It was. White Noise definitely did take a lot of control there, but I mean, even just looking at the other side's comp, like they still wanted to do. They kind of wanted to do a similar thing that White Noise had planned. Like they also had a 96 of their own. With the Kraken, and like I said, the choice of the regular Rapid there, like it has something it wants to do. It's a really good follow-up weapon for ones that are trying to push, and especially like if those two, like if the Rapid and the 96 even comboed with each other, just even like a shot from the 96 and a direct from the Rapid, like what are you gonna do about that? But of course, White Noise were able to jump in first, and they just couldn't get any of those combos really set up. It does take a little bit longer of the time. Splats were going in the favor of White Noise, and of course, even in the even trying the defense there, they just even couldn't really get past that, like their backside of like where the clan goal usually sits. They were just kind of stuck there. There was always one special keeping them back, and then it just kept kind of like a staggered special, right? and White Noise played that really well to block back.
Yeah. And seeing Jared just tear it up, when you have a mechanically gifted and so talented player like Jared rocking an unorthodox weapon like 96 Cal, taking away the space with a splash roll and playing it fast. Normally 96 Cal's struggle from having people that play it a lot slower. You can see like support players can playing it, or backline players playing it to try and play more aggressive instead of playing something like E-Leader. But having someone like Jared, who I know has been phenomenal on mid-range weapons for their entire career, playing it at that pace, it changes the entire dynamic of how the weapon looks. It looks scary, and it looks like there's very little flaws other than bombing that wall. But at that time, you've at least lost somebody. And giving him a special that after a short amount of time, he turns invincible, it's over.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely had it up there. And yeah, like I said, it was almost every time when we saw just the Kraken going forward. But I cut you off, and I think you were going to say the next map mode there.
I was going to talk about the next map. The pick is here. Sturgeon Shipyard Rainmaker. This map is an explosive Rainmaker map. The checkpoints, really once they're broken, it really opens up the entirety of the map. So the sooner that White Noise breaks it, the more worried I am about a 2-0 lead. We did see this in our last set. First team took out the first game, but somehow they didn't take another game after it. So if you're a Block fan out there, you're gonna be wanting to hope for that one. And I like the Tri-Slosher pick. Tri-Slosher on this map can go off.
Mm-hmm. And of course, the Zap appearing. We've seen the Tacticooler buff come out in the last patch here, and Zaps are finding their way back up top again and comboing with the Tetras here. Woo! That's gonna be quite the plays.
Yeah, Tetra players love their drinks. I don't know what it is. Is it something just tastes good in it, or the fact that you respawn instantly and still have your special now that they've been gifted a viable competitive special for the first time in their career? That they actually want to have their special still around. I don't know. Maybe it's that.
Yeah, White Noise there. They had the cooler go out. They had the drinks. They had the Rainmaker. But then of course the block, the 96 on block, was able to get their shots out on the Rainmaker, just kind of stopping a little bit. But of course Orion zipcasting up here with the Tetras and just using it to the advantage there. Of course, just using the shots and the zipcaster itself to be able to get that second splat there. And really good combo. And you can see how mechanic and technical Orion had that down with the Tetra Zipcast combo.
I was so scared when they gave this weapon an actual special. Normally, most weapons don't like Zipcaster or Sprinkler at all, but Tetras don't need it. They've always just been a good weapon, and seeing a player like Orion, who's gone off so well, you see the Zipcaster coming at you. What are you going to do? It's going to splat you. Even, it takes one out. Yes, it falls, but Tetras have always done that. They've always at least traded with you. That's always been their goal. And Waka coming up clutch, being able to pop that Rainmaker with those tri-strikes, able to take one out, block. They're forced so far back in their spawn. 15 points with 3 minutes and under a half to go. This is terrible news for Block.
It is, but I mean, Block did get 3 of them. There's still 1 left. It's just Ellis in the corner there, and I think Crow is reading it, and Tetras come in, do some dodges, but is able to get picked off. Really good at being able to pick off Orion before the rest could get splatted there, and Jared there doing some good kiting, but is about to get pinched from the other side. Still is able to dodge it, and they didn't go to pursue that. So the Rainmaker here is in Block's hands, but of course it looks like they wanted to try to jump it out here, or take it out. They did manage to go out. Jared just waiting for this. This is just... oh my goodness.
Smart. You could either go for the guaranteed kill or go for the chase kill, and they chose the guaranteed one, telling their teammates there is going to be somebody up above them. Yeah, they're ready to go. This push though, this next push, it's so bad for Block to defend. They're pushed so far back, and the Zipcaster is now ready to go. They're going to have to find some way to stop this Rainmaker. And if this Rainmaker goes on the grading, the Kraken will fall. Oh, the Kraken just fell off anyway.
Well, they went
Never
through it, and of course, there was just no way to get them off after when they did that charge attack. But look at where, I believe it was Waka who was up there just waiting on the grate, and there were 2 other jumps that went up there as well. And and White Noise was just immediately back in the play. Even though that Kraken sacrificed itself to get the Rainmaker pick on the side, White Noise just came directly back in.
That was an amazing play from White Noise, because just the jumps, the human beacon is something to say. It makes it so Tetra players just unrelenting pressure, and that's all Orion wants to do.
Crow gets picked up in the corner here. We can see the 96 is trying to team up there on the side, but then Waka was getting 2v1, but then a teammate able to help come and save them as well. Orion just kind of going around the side here. It looks like they're trying to get set. Waka was on the side corner there, blocking the right, pushing everybody else blocking the left, pushing everybody else to the right. And that way, Orion has a way to go around. Dodge does get a trade. We see an Inkjet come out as well. It's just splat after splat after splat in this middle area right now, Genie.
And that's what White Noise wants. As long as they're getting the splats, they're okay to fall. If everyone trades on their way down to the grave, they're fine. Especially when you have a tactical cooler, because you will have that advantage every time. Especially, you have the checkpoint advantage, you have the points advantage, you have the games advantage, you have the time advantage. There's nothing in the favor of Block at the moment. Maybe the fact that they have a Tri-Slasher in mid who has an Inkjet, but that's one advantage to 30 for White Noise. And now they have nobody.
Drop down. They don't, but I have to point out that Tri-Slasher player did a lot of work there in the past 20-30 seconds. They did end up getting 3 down by themselves. It was a delayed 3. And then, of course, just Jared had the bit of read there, and just when the Tri-Slasher went down on the bottom there, Jared was able to get it with the Kraken. But this Tri-Slasher there put in a lot of work to help stop any of the push, to help try to make something go. But unfortunately, the rest of the teammates went down. Nothing can happen. And Orion is just going to play the safe bet here and run around on the grates in Fight Club here, which is a great place to lock the Rainmaker when you have the lead.
Yeah, because like now you're gonna have to take this Rainmaker and get it out of Fight Club, which is very unlikely. As overtime lasted for 0.1 seconds, maybe.
It didn't last for long, in short, but
yeah. Let's go.
they had it set up there.
White Noise.
Yeah. Sorry.
Dominant game 2. Block. They tried to use it as a counter pick, but the advantage was just too strong from White Noise at the beginning. They ran to the first checkpoint. They got it. They ran with the Rainmaker all the way down to 15, and after that, they just kept getting trades. We saw if we were able to see the KDs at the end of the game. I tell you, both teams would have had a lot of splats. Lot of splats. But that doesn't matter. White Noise, as long as you can get that lead, you'll play deathmatch. That's okay. They'll add it to the game, even if Nintendo doesn't want to.
Yeah,
Please,
no,
Nintendo,
it's
don't
just...
add it.
It's just kind of how Rainmaker works, and especially with White Noise having that addition of the Tacticooler. If one person's still there, as soon as you go down, you're back in no time. You can jump on right back in, and it's just like, did they ever leave? Because a team will be like, okay, we finally got them out, but remember, they have the power of Tacticooler on their side. They're right back, and then what you think that, hey, okay, we made this progress of defending, now we can keep going forward, but it's just like, you have to make sure you get more than one in that situation, or make sure you can flush the other members back out beforehand. And I mean, in this game, though, Block, like, they were able to defend successfully a couple times. Like, they didn't let the Rainmaker KO. They took a couple risky plays to be able to stop the Rainmaker, and were able to push White Noise back a bit. And like I said, that Tri-Slosher was putting in a lot of work on Sturgeon there, being a pretty solid choice there, and ended up getting 3 in the middle. But of course, the rest of the team just couldn't get up with that, and one member of White Noise would find the rest of Block and kind of trap them down in a spot where they have a disadvantage, and they just couldn't get back through mid or get a push for themselves, really.
And yeah, our next map here, Devi, is going to be Ink Blot Art Academy on zones. We saw it earlier on in the tournament. I gotta be honest, I'm worried. Tetra's on this map with a Zipcaster. There's a lot of walls you can go on, especially the one that we can see on our screen. It's just on the right side of zone, left side of your spawn if you come out. That main wall it's scary because when you're at that height, you can pretty much zip cast anywhere in zone or anywhere on the enemy team's plat. And you're relatively safe from 90% of the weapons in the game. Only a select few, like maybe Tri-Stringer, definitely E-Leader and Hydra are the only things that can really spot you when you're up there. And Tetra players, if you're up there, they'll just zip down you, and they have 4 rolls. It will make it a nightmare. It is a scary thing that people haven't had the chance to realize. I have so many Tetra friends that I love to talk about, but giving those people, those mechanically gifted people, their strong weapon, their individual weapon that is strong and had very not good kits for all of Splatoon 2 and Splatoon 3, giving them a special that is good, really good for the weapon, has been a very interesting puzzle that we do not have all the pieces for. But so far, it's creating a nightmare of a masterpiece.
Yeah, and also considering just paint-wise, I wonder if like we're still gonna see the 96 in play here with the Tetras, just with zones, just for like the keeping up with paint and stuff like that. I think white noise, that they'll feel safe to still be able to run something like that. But yeah.
I believe we're having some technical issues, so we will be back after a quick break. Don't go nowhere. Our set is going to continue.
Sometimes a disaster, sometimes we're free. Oh, you take the long way to stay close to me. I don't want another, I just wanna breathe. You take me higher, you stay close to me. Oh, I feel so alive, feel so alive. Dark won't cloud my eyes. Yeah, I feel so alive, feel so alive. Oh, we chase the night. Oh, I feel so alive, feel so alive. Dark won't cloud my eyes. Yeah, I feel so alive, feel so alive.
Welcome back from the break, everyone. Sorry about that. We just had to remake the lobby. Everyone's getting back in, and we will be continuing on with our Inkblot Zones Game 3, White Noise Block. After a little bit of we couldn't call that a 7th inning stretch, Debbie, if that's correct terms.
7th inning stretch.
for
Just
baseball.
brief unintentional timeout.
Yeah. Get the arms moving. It'll be good. Just making sure that everyone's in the lobby, everything's going good. We want to make sure that everyone's having a solid time playing the game, and all the communications is going well, because we don't want anybody being down a member or anything like that.
And we know, of course, that like stuff like that has happened. Like, these things happen. I mean, yes, they're not like the funnest thing to deal with, but eventually it'll get sorted out. So here we go.
Yep. Boom. Time to go. Zones Inkblot. If White Noise takes it, they take this series and move on to Grands, and they guarantee themselves some money in the tournament. We have to remember that. Top 3 teams in the tournament will be walking away with their share of the $200 prize pool. It will be so. This has got a lot on the line for White Noise and Block.
And of course, we do see a switch out. Of course, April coming back in as was one of the main members on the roster, as Jared subbed in for the first couple of games there. So we do see White Noise back with their main roster, and Block still coming back in with the same people. Of course, we see the Squeezer and the Rapid Pro Deco appearance from Block. I do remember them using that earlier. And they were comboing decent with each other. And of course, Orion's still going to stick with these Tetras. We see the Neo Splash appearing with the Slosher as well. So they will have a lot of Tri-Strikes to work with to help seal the zone. And White Noise here still playing dominant, as 3 members of Block do go down, just leaving the V-Splash, who was responding at the time.
Yeah, we're going to see April with this ballpoint going top mid. A great spot for a spotling to stay, and I believe Orion and Walk are just going off in the bats area. They're below it on the plat, and they're able to get 3 using the Slosher and the Touch to make that a wipe. My goodness, using their weapons to their advantage and getting all those splats. And again, on this map, 20 ticks left on the clock. How much time do you really have to get into that zone? You got to go here, and you got to go now if you're Block.
Yeah, even though the attempt was made there, of course, just a member of White Noise was just in the way, so able to stop the one painter from going towards the zone. But White Noise there, of course, taking that game, and a lot of that was from Orion just being a nuisance up in bats there.
Yeah, and with that, White Noise taking the series in a 3-0, making their way into finals. Their opponent actually has been decided. Audi Ace is going to be who they are going to be playing for first place in Tropical Throwdown 6. And yeah, that was a solid game after a break for White Noise, especially subbing April back in for Jared. Jared having to leave, or April coming back because they were on the main roster. That was a solid way to close out the series and make sure they put a dominant stamp on it.
And even though there was a person spot still leading dominance, they still had Orion being really powerful on the front line there. And you can see what Block wanted to do. I even saw it before, like how they were trying to combo the Rapid Pro and the Squeezer. But of course, just couldn't get established there. Orion got initiated first and was able to pick them off, of course, with them being slower, more range there. And the Tetras just having a lot more mobility, able to get those 1v1s that they want. And we're just able to keep Block back in this one.
And with that, our next match should be ready pretty darn soon. We know who our teams are, so our break should be mighty fine quick. We'll see you on the other side, everyone.
Entombed in my mind, can't seem to break away. Lost in time, thinking about better days. Do you ever get used to the pain? 'Cause I don't know if I can do this again. Now you got me wondering why you let me die alone inside. I died for you, I cried for you, I tried for you. Tell me why you left me bleeding. I died for you, I cried for you, I tried for you. Tell me why you left me bleeding. Tell me why you left me bleeding. Died for you, I cried for you, I tried for you. Tell me why you left me bleeding. Lullabies of you still in my head. Bloodshot eyes, can't sleep, I'm rotting in my bed. Even the drugs don't faze me. I don't think you understand, I gave you everything I had. When did shit go wrong? And now you got me wondering why you let me die alone inside. I died for you, I cried for you, I tried for you. Tell me why you left me bleeding. I died for you, I cried for you, I tried for you. Tell me why you left me died for you, I cried for you, I tried for you. Tell me why you left me bleeding. Died for you, I cried for you, I tried for you. Tell me why you left me bleeding.
Don't stop the party, don't stop the rave. Can't feel my body, but don't stop the rave. Don't stop the party, don't stop the rave. Can't feel my body, but don't stop the rave. Rave, 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 rave. Now everybody from the front to the back go. Now everybody from the front to the back, go, 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 now everybody from the front to the back go. Don't stop the party. Don't stop the rave. 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 Can't feel my body, but don't stop the rave. Don't stop the party. Don't stop the rave. Can't feel my body, but don't stop the rave. Rave, 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 Now everybody from the front to the back go. stop the rave.
I don't wanna keep on second guessing, 'cause guessing is useless. Keep on second guessing, 'cause guessing is useless.
Welcome back, everybody, to Tropical Throwdown 6. I am Genie7, joined by Devi. And Devi, we've made it all the way to Grand Finals. Are you ready for this?
It felt like it's been quite the ride with the breaks and stuff, and of course we had technical things and internet things, but we're here. We are finally here to cast these games for you and figure out who the champions of Tropical Showdown 6 are going to be.
It's going to be a great match. It's going to be a best of 7, so a little longer than our best of 5, 2 extra games if we go there. It's going to take 4 games to win. But I'm definitely excited. We are going to be starting here on Zones Manta, a new map added. How long was the update ago? Has it been?
I mean, this was one of the maps that returned from last season.
Oh yeah, my brain. Oh yeah, because I forgot that Humpback and Dime were in the thing.
Yes,
see,
Humpback and
I
Dime
completely forgot that those two are
recently added. So
I forgot that those two maps existed. I think of Humpback Pump Track. I think of Full too.
A lot of people do, especially even with Manta here. But Manta, of course, still showing its competitive viability, and it's been here. Yes, it's been here for technically 4 months now. Yes, and of course going to splat zones there with the double zones, and this was definitely it was a comp pick. I've seen it used for some teams as a counter picks, especially those with backline weapons. Would pick this one for counter picks because, of course, we know how the backline splatlings like to take control of the mast and just be dominant up there. With ballpoint, though, of course, they'll want to figure out where they want to inkjet, whether on like the different bunkers or if they want to go down on the sides and inkjet over. But yeah, it's good to see Manta zones here again with these two teams. We got White Noise versus the Odie Ace. Is that how we're pronouncing that?
Yeah, that's what we're saying it. And yeah, we're gonna be having this ballpoint matchup going up against each other, and a vanilla slosher. With the falling of the machine, everyone had been saying for months and months, maybe it's V Slosher's chance, and now we're finally seeing it. We're starting to see. We're 10 days into the rise of the V Slosher.
Those who played Slosher beforehand, of course, are probably very happy that this is now making its way back up top. Of course, having that bomb and the tri-strike for its kit. But going back into the main game here, we see that the initial cap happened by Odie Ace, but of course it wasn't there for long as White Noise making their way back forward here and managed to get the cap. They got a few more points here. And Odie Ace just making back through as they manage to pick a couple members down. We see the Slosher just respawning back in as 2 members of White Noise are just back in their street here. Going to get kept back even longer by this tri-strike. Lead reclaimed by Odie Ace, but of course it is only a minute in this game has passed. We have a lot more to go, and zone is being contested once again, but 3 members of White Noise go down here, Genie.
That's crazy. And April's going to have to try and find their way to get jumps back in for their team. They're going to be popping that jet. They're able to take out 1. They are able to take out 2. Zipcash are going in for Ryan. They're just going to try and run and paint that zone as fast as possible. And they will. Penalty will be applied. More importantly, they still have a three-person advantage. They know that splash is far over on that other flat. Those tri-strikes are going to be coming out. Going to be trying to paint those far zones. Let's see if Orion can win this fight out cleanly with their touches. No, the jump... I think they were just cleanly lost against that splash.
Yeah, it was just kind of there, and just shots were on, and fights are going down. Again, it's a delayed 3 down on the side of White Noise, and Odie Ace here winning a lot of their fights here, and we have the 96 gal in a good place here. They have the Kraken at the ready, and it looks like the Slosher and the Ballpoint go down on the other side of the corner there, picked off by 1 in the corner, and again, 3 down on the side of White Noise. And again, we didn't even see how half of it happened, but Odie Ace in a dominant spot here, locking out every path.
Oh my goodness, and the Kraken all the way over at the Clamlet School is going to be trying to go to the spawn again. And White Noise, just your touch is alive. And that's a weapon that doesn't usually want to stay alive, be the last one alive. They're going to be running for the zone, or Ryan's going to just go in for the hero play. Not going to be able to find anything. Odie Ace, they're just going to be able to lock this game out. I feel like there's no way, possible chance that White Noise can even neutralize it from here. And no, they can't. Odie Ace, coming up clean and coming up clutch in the final later half of that game.
Was it really clutch?
Yeah.
Considering
Yeah,
how
that
the
was a good
fights
one.
went, it did seem like they had read the plays where they were. So I don't know if I'd like clutch would be the right word for it, because here they were taking the fights that they knew they could win. They had the resources at the ready. It was like that 96 in the back right corner there. They had the Kraken at the ready, and they didn't use it until they didn't have ink left or the shots on the person that was trying to take a 1v1 with them. Used it, were able to win that fight because they had the Kraken initiated, and of course over on the left-hand side, like we saw one getting trapped in a corner, and the 96 was able to punish it. And then, of course, under the ledge, I think a couple members there were able to basically like ledge guard the members of White Noise from even trying to get back in. And that's how a couple other splats could have potentially happened, but we didn't have the view of that. So I'm not 100% sure of how those two members did go down. They could have dropped and just got jumped on. But yeah, and in the end there, the only one that could have potentially made something happen was the Slosher, but of course the ballpoint watching and the zone still basically fully painted in the color. The Slosher did not have enough paint to even neutralize the one in the given time.
Yeah. I just want to go back onto the V machine that we were talking about before. Tri-Strikes. It's been a strong special, especially with its buffs. Spot Bomb, very few. Any mid-range weapon will love the addition of Spot Bomb to their kit. And the Slosher itself has always been strong. It's just been losing to the machine, which was not intentionally designed properly in this game. Had some unique, very interesting and unique map altering mechanics that cause a lot of problems in this game and a lot of balance issues. So now that it's pushed well and truly to the side at the moment, V Slosher is able to stand in its true spotlight and show off its skills. Scorch Gorge, a map that V Slosher can also do well on.
That's true. V-Slosh, of course, just basically taking over from Machine. We saw Machines usually appear on literally everything. And so now V-Slosh is taking over in that position, like you were saying. And now we're seeing the comps appear back here. Of course, White Noise sticking to a similar comp, but they are bringing in the NZAP for this one, so they can definitely go Zoom. And it looks like ODA is sticking to basically a similar comp that they had for the last set.
I can't remember if they have the Neo Splash or the Splash last time.
Yeah, I can't remember either, but I know it's relatively similar.
Yeah, it's realistically, it's just the difference between Ink Strike and a Crab. And we're going to see Waka already up on this left side underneath of the snipe. A lot of members for White Noise just trying to find this last one from Audi Ace. The clams are trying to go in together. The power clam has been made, but it won't be able to go into the basket, especially with Zipcaster and Inkjet Pop. Those two weapons cannot grab the power clam. Luckily, the final member who was alive on the side of White Noise will be throwing that in. Clams will be making their way in all the way down to 74. A good lead for the opening minute, but not a strong enough lead to win the game.
Yeah, with that basket still open there, White Noise able to get that initial 3 down off the start, which started off their push, and it kind of looked a little... I almost thought ODAs had that defense there when they picked off the person with the clam before they scored. But of course it was able to get capitalized on. They did defend successfully here, and now it's 2 down on the side of White Noise. And with the help of that Kraken, you can see the rest of them, they're just finding clam economy. They do have the Inkjet at the ready. It looks like it is White Noise's Inkjet that makes an appearance. We see kind of both Inkjets in the sky, actually. And both of them able to successfully go off and land. And we see kind of a neutral game state at the moment right now, where there isn't really turf favor. However, the Tetras do go down. And ODAs is moving in with the power of the Crab with the Kraken follow-up. And we can see the ballpoint taking over this right-hand side here. And it looks like they were about to get collapsed on, but you can see the Kraken going in to help and able to get the follow-up picks there.
Yeah, Whammy going off with that Cal, able to at least protect their ballpoint for a moment of time, allowing themselves to also get a spot for themselves. They're going to be using a splash wall to their advantage, but they're going to get taken out in a trading scenario. Also going to be able to try and defend this basket. They did defend it, but they gave up lead in the process. That's okay, because lead, their own points on the board wasn't overly strong. Able to stop the bleeding pretty darn quickly.
They do, and they do have the one Inkjet at the ready. It looks like it has been popped. We see the V-Slosh trying to move in. It looks like the Tetras got picked out from underneath, but that's okay. The Bucket got one in return, and Tri-Strikes are going to go out, but the Inkjet able to go in between and pick off the Tri-Striker, and lead has been taken, of course, with the initial score of that clam, and we can see that this... that the one ballpoint was just trying to do their best on top, and it just splat after splat. No matter who the camera goes to, they're just going down.
Oh, and I think we're going to be having a power clam being able to go in the basket with Orion's positioning underneath of the clam's basket. As running through, they're able to get their tactical cooler down and pop that under the basket with the power clam. Another power clam will be going in. April's going to be going for a drop roller play. I'm a little bit worried about that, but they got it in anyway. Down to 35. They should have some more clams in mid if they want to be able to go grab them. The spawns are coming through from Audi Ace now. They're trying to stay alive, but Orion with that Zipcaster in their spawn is going to cause enough damage to get at least one spot. No more clams were thrown in, so the lead will only be down to 34.
Even the part about that, I think they realized that the push probably wasn't gonna go any farther, and even though they had the clams, they opted to back up. So now they have these extra clams at the ready for when they try to make this next push, because 2 members of ODAs did go down there in return for the Tetras of White Noise, so they still have a lot of clam economy at the ready to make another push, but the map is relatively neutral right now. I think ODAs does have a little bit more paint control at the moment, but that could change at any time.
That could. Orion staying alive. They've got that tactical cooler activated on themselves. The Jet's going to be able to go in from April, able to find one before they get taken out. Orion's going to be able to follow up with that. He's going to have to watch out for this Kraken. They're able to stay alive in that scenario, which is massive. Zipcaster's out. They're going to try and punish this gal. The splash roll is down. That's not something you want to roll into. It does a lot of damage if you're not expecting it.
I think Orion expected the wall to go down a lot sooner than they thought, potentially. But in the process, though, White Noise did score, and you can see April is just trying to wait to build a clam up until the very end there. Able to score another power clam. One member still does have 3 clams, or like they're split there, but they have the extra clams. We see the tri-strikes going out to try to defend the basket. There is a trade there with the inkjet. They only need 2. Orion here is just trying to push this person back, is able to get that
one. There they are!
There's the 2 clams. Didn't even have to go for the jump.
You could, if I was that player, I would have just tried to stay alive. If you have those clams in that scenario, you cannot die with those, because that will be a game over. And that's exactly what happened. They went down in that corner, they fell, they gave those small clams away to White Noise, and White Noise coming up clean on their counter pick. It was looking very neutral off of the rip, with both teams trading leads back and forth. But in the end, their specials, their coordination, and letting Orion cook on those Tetras, once they were able to finally get like 2-up scenario and just start causing chaos, they were able to go in with that, especially with the slosher and the zap being able to follow up with the ballpoint inkjet. Good job from White Noise.
Yeah, White Noise able to just right off the get-go, they had that burst start that they wanted, had the initial advantage, and continued to keep that up. And even ODAs just kept up in the middle there, and then it kind of came towards the end where more of the picks were favoring White Noise. And even though Orion went in and went down, the rest of the team actually used that to an advantage and actually scored a couple times while the Tetras were doing Tetra things off in another corner. So it was keeping kind of distraction elsewhere, just so another could look at the Tetras, and it kind of changed different views a couple times. So White Noise actually took advantage of that and also used the cooler just to charge in right afterwards as soon as they realized they had any sort of advantage.
Yeah, we often see Tetras. We say Tetras doing Tetras things. They're a brawly weapon. If you play any other games, they're the first thing that you throw into the fight. If there's somebody that's going to be engaging in the action first, they're the thing that you throw in there first. They're the entry frag. They're the thing that let's just rip it and throw it in there and see what it finds. Because they wear a quick respawn, which means that they'll come back if they don't find any spots even faster. And oftentimes, if they some might use comeback in this day and age. I haven't seen it. Even Haunt, if they die, they'll use respawn punisher on you. They just always like to be in your face. So they take as many fights as possible. Even if they die 15, 20 times, as long as their team is following up on them, they will continue to do that until the game is over.
Yeah, that is true. And now we are waiting for a counter pick from ODAs here. Any predictions on what mode they might want to choose here, Jeannie? We were talking about that kind of in the last set of what mode might benefit the team counter picking in this phase of the game. And for this one, it could be kind of a mix here.
It's realistically, ODAs, they can't go back to zones yet. I'm not sure if we're able to go back, because I know this is the best of 7. In theory, if you lock a mode out, you have to win once on every single mode. In theory, unless you win your opposing team's counter picks. But if we trade back and forth like this, you'll eventually have to win. From what I had seen, in the Clams game, realistically, Tower Control or Rainmaker could be in their favor. Wherever you go, you just don't want the Tetras to be able to have as much free will and free roam. Yeah. The most recent mode win cannot be played. Okay, so we won't be able to go to zones for ODAs this time, but if they lose again, they'll be able to go back to zones. So that is the ruling there. And there's so many options, and from what we had seen for both these teams, it's pick your poison, really. There's so many good maps. There's so many good modes. It's really what your team is feeling now.
I'm trying to I'm trying to put in my head here, because with Manta on the first map, lots of ledges. They did a lot of ledge guarding. So I'm wondering if they might pick a map that also has a good amount of ledges on it for that particular mode. I'm thinking they might TC Inkblot is a common one. So that could be a potential good one for them, because that has a lot of ledges. That would work well for their comp. I could see that using that to their advantage pretty well.
I could see Eeltail as well. Maybe that for tower control, because the nice splash wall legs.
Hagglefish, but it is tower. It is tower.
It is tower. We were leaning towards tower. Both of us were leaning towards tower. But now they said Hagglefish. Seeing the differences in the comp, mostly the fact of the Splash versus Zap matchup, and then the Tetras versus Gal. Those are the weapons that are differentiating between the two teams, as we've seen Ballpoint and Vanilla Slosher from both teams in both games so far. Which side of the unique weapons do you think has an advantage going this one, Debbie?
I want to say ODAce actually does with that 96 because of the extra double range combo and how wide open the middle can be. However, we're seeing the machine come back into play here, of course, just to have the tri-strikes and Booyah Bomb and in play for that side. Meanwhile, it looks like ODAce is opting for the double tri-strike with the Kraken follow-up. But I think with the addition of the 96, that helps take control of mid more. And of course, they got something that they wanted. It looks like they lured the members of White Noise over to the right-hand side, or they were caught out in a double potential play on the right there as two go down, and just look how far up they are. This is part of that ledge guarding that I was talking about before. They did that really good on Manta, and now they're going to do it here as soon as they have that push that they wanted. So they succeeded in the burst start, and then they were ledge guarding there, but April getting the double, they were just too weak and getting caught out by that Inkjet shot, and it's just the Gal left in the corner here, and they are just trying to dodge all of the shots to try to get a jump out, but unfortunately cannot.
Halfway down through the points is really good for your first push. A minute in, down to 51. That is strong. April is going to be falling on the side of White Noise, and I believe Orion's going to be caught in a precarious situation. They're able to get out with one. Will they be able to get out with two in the scenario? Their teammate falls, and they won't be able to. The Gal and the Splash able to come up clutch together. Can they find another spot in mid? And they will. ODAce, they're doing well on this map to start. Even with White Noise's answer of a call that just happened a few seconds ago.
Yeah, those tri-strikes coming out really well is to isolate the one on the tent there and able to pick one off, and ODAce just returning the favor with all of the specials. They had more tri-strikes, they had the Inkjet, and the Kraken's there to follow up as well. That Kraken's just trying to get everybody off of the top corner and protect tower as long as possible while those tri-strikes appear. And we can see they're just going to go forward, try to apply a little bit of paint, but of course get caught out by a couple of the shots there. We see the Ballpoint in a strong position up on top as well, but they are the only one left alive. But they're opting to stay here as well, just to stall members from not actually running forward to take control of mid right away. And they did get a jump in for the Slosher to potentially try to get them in. It was a bit more of a risky maneuver, but you can see that they're kind of playing the stalling game. And even though like they're doing basically one person's taking all of the fights, it made it so that White Noise isn't just going in to take control just like ODAce was. And just like that, 3 downer on the side of White Noise. Make that a delayed wipe.
Wow, my goodness. What a playback in. 91, not a push at all. And ODAce, they're continuing this. With their double tri-strike comp, this top right side, all over underneath that green tarp, all that side will just be free control. When you have 6 strikes up there, there's nowhere you can move. But luckily, the Inkjet has been punished on the side for White Noise. The members are going down, but the second checkpoint has fallen. White Noise, they got the player advantage, but they kind of forgot to stop the objective.
Yeah, OD Ace, sorry, I combined both teams there, we're doing a good job at locking out there, but Ellis just getting a 3 up in the top corner there. But what I was gonna say is that OD Ace is doing a great job, of course, at the ledges, but they're giving the ball point on White Noise a really hard time, and Genie, that is a DC, I see.
And that's way past the 2-minute mark into the game. That's past the 3-minute mark.
Threshold.
The point threshold, though, Debbie, remember, it swaps around. Because if it's your team that has the points,
that's true.
Points that pass, it's definitely up to the TO discretion. It's most of the time one that we can guarantee on here. But this is an advantage for White Noise. This could be a massive pivotal point in the game. If you're Audi Ace, you're gonna have to defend here. You're gonna have to stay tough mentally. You have 2 checkpoint advantage, but you can't feed into this. They're able to punish April on the tower, but the jump will be just there in time to make sure that the checkpoint will be guaranteed to fall.
Yeah, absolutely, and we can see that this is still going. They're trying to add some kind of poke to the tower. We see Orion in the back right corner, and we see the Booyah Bomb appearing as well. It looks like one did go down on the side of White Noise. We are getting this overhead view. 2 down. They got the Tower Rider. There's one hiding behind it. The Inkjet able to get the one behind it. It's just Orion up in this top corner right now with the Zipcaster. The jump was way on the far back. We see Ellis coming in to apply a bunch of extra pressure. But OD Ace right now is doing a fantastic job of just maintaining the area that they need to keep control of. And I mean, the machine did pick the ball point there, did pick the splash. It's just the Slosher left alive here, but you can see how they are trying to maintain space. This is coming down to the wire here. The Splasher gets a pick on the ball point. It's coming down to 1 point. It's tied, but the lead is retaken by 2. And oh my gosh, just at the 10-second mark here, it was really tight there as they almost were able to actually stop that. It was actually really tight there.
They were darn close. They were darn close, and the Tristrikes are Orion's going to jump on there with the Tetras, and that's going to be the 2 members who were close to tower, falling on side of Audi Ace, and White Noise able to steal a game with an unfortunate disconnect. But my goodness, they did not squander their opportunity, and I thought for sure that White Noise was going to, like after that one stop, I didn't think that they would have it in them in that last 30 seconds to be able to take that lead. But they did. They found a way, and they brought it across the line.
Yeah, like, wow, even the pressure that OD Ace had just to keep control there, just for that entire game, even though the scoreboard does show that White Noise took that game, if we had to go by the amount of pressure and throw out all that, and if OD Ace had all 4 without the DC, I'm pretty sure that that game was theirs. There was so much pressure. OD Ace was canceling the ball point on White Noise a lot. Like every time I looked up to check to see who had gone down, because you hear the splat noise, a lot of times I would see it was the ball point. And taking away that member of range so that they can use their 96 and ballpoint combo and allow their front lines to go forward, it was so much extra control as well. OD Ace was very dominant during that time, and even during the 3v4, they did not give up. That was a really good showing by OD Ace.
Yeah, they played so well, and I feel like the game would be a different story if all the members were there and all the members were playing. We have to look forward. They have to bounce back. This is a best of 7, so they are not up against the wall. If this is a best of 5, this would be it. That would be a tough way, a really tough way, especially in counter picks. But there's always a way. There's always maps that come up. What we know is that White Noise cannot they can't pick tower control. And I from the showing there, I don't think they will. Sorry. Audi Ace, they can go back to splat zones. Sorry, there we go. My brain's working again. They can go back to
the splat zones, or they could just outright rerun the entire thing that just happened.
Yeah.
And I've seen teams do that before in counter picks, and in a given situation like this, like they know, like, hey, it's strong. We can still pick this mode. I mean, we can just completely run it back. And I mean, I don't see them not doing it, but they might have to change a couple things about the opening this time. Because last time they were able to catch 2 members of White Noise in that right alleyway, and were able to just jump on it, and White Noise might be prepared for that this time. So they might still stick with tower. They could always go back to zones, but I still think they're going to pick a map that has ledges or anything. I could see them going to like I think what's the other classic one? Zones Mako or something like that.
Yeah. Zones Mako though, that's do you want to take a Tetris there? That's the question.
I mean, ODAce isn't the one with the Tetris.
No, exactly.
So that's the point.
Oh, no, yeah, my bad. I don't know what's going on. The smoke's getting to me, Debbie.
Usually I'm the one with the backwards brain.
Yeah. No, it's too much. I guess it's too much time with Debbie. We haven't commentated like this. Ever?
I don't think we have commentated before. We've always talked about things on the sidelines, or I've jumped in after you. But you know,
I interviewed you at an event.
At Big House, yeah, you interviewed me, but I don't think.
Yeah, and then I was playing during my comm block.
I got
you
to
took
calm
my block.
you, so.
Yeah. Yeah, that's. It's been a long time. Yeah, it's crazy. But yeah, going forward, we don't have the map yet. I don't think everyone's in the lobby yet because we haven't gotten confirmation that is fully back yet. So, but going off of, there's so many options. You said the ledges. We saw what Audiace was dominant at. Let's look a little bit further than that, Debbie. Now at what do we think White Noise would pick if they lose this next game? Oh, never mind. Museums here. Let's talk about this.
Here we go. So they did choose to stick to tower control, and they go to museum. So this is actually another pretty good pick here for them, because considering how museum and Hagglefish kind of compare to each other with the layout, they're relatively similar. One, of course, has the spinner in the middle. The other one doesn't, and like the back to spawn areas are raised areas, so you've got a solid ledge there.
You do.
And with the tower, like as soon as they get control, I think ODAce wants to get that burst control. They want to get those first few picks, get those members onto plat and take control of spinner. The slosher has pretty dominance up there. The gal can basically take control of the sides where the extra range can go. The ballpoint can follow up as well. They're trying to do similar starts that they were doing before, and if they don't get the start, I'm curious to see what they'll do afterwards to be able to defend it. And then I think as soon as they get a defense, then they'll initiate with their regular plan. So this will be a good one to see at the start here at who gets the opening advantage.
My worry is that Kraken on Hagglefish on the around second checkpoint and around third checkpoint is stronger because there's uninkable on Hagglefish. On this map, there is uninkable, but there's also walls of the spinner, so there's ways to get around it. Mm-hmm. And that creates the Tetris Zipcaster having better walls for it to jump around. So I think the advantage goes to a little bit in the favor of the Tetris the closer we get to the goal. That's my only concern.
Yeah, and right now we've been having a couple of trades, but ODAce is on the tower with that crab, so even though the few were falling there, ODAce able to take the tower as it was still kind of an even time there. And of course Orion going in, getting caught out in the corner, and did go down there. It looks like one just got stuck in front of the tower as well. I definitely feel that pain. And we can see the Slosher trying to pinch with the splash here from tower, with a combo from the Inkjet from the side, and ODAce is doing, again, very well with the ledge control. They have this whole strategy basically practiced and mastered at this point.
Yeah, ledge controls it's so important in this game, especially now with Ingarmer being gone. You can't really face check a ledge and be safe anymore. Not at all. This tower is rolling its way down to the checkpoint. And Audiace, they don't want to play around. They want to knock this thing out. They don't want to risk another disconnect, and that's exactly what they'll do. They'll take this tower control game as dominantly as they looked at the beginning of Hagglefish. But this time, they fully close it out.
Yeah, they just gave no room to breathe for White Noise and just kept on going whatsoever. And I even like I like watching the Tower Riders towards the end to see how they handle certain situations, right? And a lot of them, of course, they'll stay standing around the little tower post instead of swimming, because as most find, it's harder to hit you actually when you're standing up rather than you're in the ink on the tower. They're just because sometimes, like when you're in swim form, you're actually sitting at like a horizontal line instead of like straight towards the post, so they're easier to splat that way when when you're in squid form. But the 96, of course, just using that little bit of cover and going back and forth using momentum, and then the rest of the teammates just following up and behind. Just, yep, that's what they wanted. That was something they had ready to go, and they sealed the deal there, tying up the series here for the set.
Yeah, 2 apiece. Something we kind of expected. I kind of expected from how the counter picks were going, how we had seen, but this time, instead of the favor being in Odyssey Ace because they took game 1, White Noise has the advantage of the counter picks. Now it's their time. They've got the map 5 counter pick. We can see what they want to go to. We know both teams just won on tower control, so there's no chance that this will be tower control. We have every single other mode available to us. I don't know the ruling yet. If they're allowed to go back to the same map, I'll have to check that one. But we will be going to either zones, Clam Blitz, or Rainmaker. Debbie, which one do you think favors White Noise a little bit more?
For White Noise, tower, zones, Rainmaker. Not tower. Zones, Rainmaker. I would say probably, I want to say like Clams or Rainmaker probably. Or is I can't remember. I'm blanking. But one of those two.
Yeah. I'm maybe a Rainmaker. That's what I might be thinking. We'll see. I don't know. Because do you want to take a gal there? It's really what they're feeling in the moment. Just something without ledges. That's the big thing. Just go somewhere flat. Where's Piranha Pit? They need Piranha Pit now.
Yes. I think the most equivalent one to probably Piranha Pit would, I'd say it is and isn't, I'd say probably Undertow just from how stretched it is. But yet it's just really narrow in the middle. So I don't really know how to compare to that one. But considering how like ODAs has that gal and ballpoint combo, I don't know if they want to do something like Rainmaker Undertow. I think they want to find something, of course, that can enable Orion a lot better, and make sure like the rest can follow up well. Maybe find a spot where they can isolate the 96 and the ballpoint. Because they did pretty solid on Scorch. So they had extra space there, other ways to move in. So they could potentially go there. There we go, Scorch. We got the Rainmaker thing in Scorch. I was like, they did really good on Scorch, and I was like, I'm pretty sure they can go back to the same map and and then going down to Clams or Rainmaker. And since they did Clams before, I was like, I have a few. It's going to be one of the two. So going back to Scorch and taking Rainmaker. Yeah, this is what they want. Yeah.
There's one option though for the Rainmaker to go down. There's one area to get to the final checkpoint. That's the only spot where it can go. Down that narrow corridor to the spawn door. A Kraken is just a little bit narrower than that width. So you have to either hug the right wall or the left wall, whatever the Kraken is not on. And usually Krakens like to jump around on it. So if White Noise can get past that, they have a good chance of really securing this game, because Scorch Gorge is a map very notorious to go down into the 20s and down even into single digits quite often.
Something I forgot as well is that usually on the Rainmaker modes, White Noise brings back that end zap, and that's exactly what's back here as well. But I guess, what is it? They got the opening pop, and it looks like they got 2 down on the side of the ODAs in return of the 1. And Orion here is going to engage. After this crab, they do have Tacticooler upon them, so if they did go down, they were going to be right back. That is 3 down on the side of ODAs. White Noise, that Rainmaker shot just about got the 96 there. Of course, the 96 just hugging their own wall, making sure that they couldn't get splatted there. But April going ahead, getting the dunk as the 96 focuses on 1 in behind to still get a pick. So checkpoint is broken for White Noise. It is still really early on in this game. We see specials appearing, and ODA's now in favor of the Rainmaker, but we can see that Ellis is just coming in behind here, trying to get the slosher, which they do. And looking to try to potentially get another pick from behind here, doing a really good job using the Tacticooler to the advantage with Orion's help and their other teammate there as well. So White Noise is definitely succeeding in their plan here, but 96 will get one in return, and the tri-strikes go out. A really strong showing from both teams here, but White Noise is just coming out with more of the team fight favorite.
Oh my goodness, Waka just going off. Great sloshes on the two of the members of Odyssey Ace. Audi Ace, that's amazing play. We see 3 members here fighting Orion. Orion made them forced back just a little bit, allowing that Rainmaker to come in just a little bit further. Unfortunately, they are going to get wiped out. I believe there... Oh, actually, no, there wasn't a tactical buff on any of those members other than Orion's quick respawn. So it'll take a long time for everybody to get back. Audi Ace, this is an opportunity to push.
Yeah, Orion's already back in the middle there. It looks like they were trying to go for the Rainmaker, but the Rainmaker got a shot charged and prepared for it. Able to also pick off Waka from the backside of the snipe there. Of course, knowing a lot of people like to hide. This should be checkpoint for ODAce as we can see members trying to... One coming in for a back flank. Able to get one. That's 2 members of ODAce down. The Slosher trying to get another pick going down on the other side. And it's just the Crab left in the corner here.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
This isn't looking good.
There's another DC.
And I'm pretty sure it's gonna be close. I don't know. It was the halfway mark in the game, but if it was a 2-minute, if the rule is a 2-minute mark, then we won't be able to be replaying this. We are gonna see. Rainmaker is still fighting. This is still on the side of Audi Ace. I believe though it was a different member that DC'd this time. This time is the ballpoint gone, opposed to the 96.
And again, we saw how much pressure ODAce can still do in a 3v4 situation, so we could see if maybe they can do that. And again, Rainmaker's still acting as a solid weapon in its own as well, but it just limits to the extra quick fire that they have. So with the splash being like their fastest DPS.
Yeah, this Rainmaker is going to be popped in the favor of White Noise. The splash has gone down for the side of Audience. They do have a Kraken at the ready, and it's going to go in, trying to find Waka on that Slosher, but they're dodging, they're weaving, and they're staying around.
Okay.
Yeah,
so...
this match is continuing. Both teams are playing it out, so at the moment, we will not be having a replay. This match will stand. On Audience, they're not the team that has the lead. White Noise has it. Even though it's small, they do have a lead.
Yeah, considering how this game is going with only a 1-point difference as well in lead, like that's still pretty crazy. 1 minute left, and there's still a 1-point difference after checkpoint. But however, with how White Noise is moving here right now, and the Splash the only one left alive, that lead is now going to be extended. They basically have a freeway up the ramp until another comes back. The Slosher is able to pick it off, but of course that is a much stronger lead for White Noise, and ODA still putting up like a strong 3v4 in majority of this game. Nothing's being KO'd just yet. I say that and 2 go down, but you know what? They're still fighting for it.
They are. They're still trying to fight, but that wipeout is going to solidify this game as Waka. Oh, never mind.
Nope.
Able to come out of spawn just in time, but another wipeout. That should be definitely solidifying it now. I thought for sure when you had 8 points left and you got the wipeout, no one would be able to come alive. But somehow, they were able to find a little bit of life and an extra few seconds were bought.
Yeah, just really unfortunate right now for ODAs, just having those DCs, and now the fact that it's happened to a different person on the 2 times, it's just the good old connection moment.
Yep, that's, we're at the mercy of the internet connection and Nintendo's servers. Wink, wink.
What servers?
Oh, I mean, you weren't supposed to say that. But anyway, Audiace, as long as everybody's able to stay alive, we saw what they did on that tower control game on Museum. As soon as they got it, they ran it. They gotta find a mode that they can get this thing knocked out pretty darn quickly. White Noise's counterpick was Rainmaker. That's usually a mode that you can KO quickly, but they stalled it out long enough that I guess the DC happened. If I'm Audiace, take them to zones, lock them out once. You can't DC in the first 100 ticks of the zone, hopefully, right?
Hopefully. I mean, yeah, zones would probably be a good one for them to go to, and then it's just finding that map that suits their strategy the best. just because what White Noise seems to be doing is that they're bringing back that zap for the faster paced mode. So like with Clams and Rainmaker, that's where we've been seeing the zap. I can't remember for Clams in particular, but for Rainmaker for sure, they were bringing back out that zap, and that enables Orion more and helps out their front line, which can capitalize more on the 96, the slosh, and the ballpoint. So that's 3 of ODA's teammates that can be more easily taken down with the help of the cooler. So I can see them going back to something like zones to get the picks and keep them out and have them potentially not bring cooler. So that means slower respawn time.
Yeah, and slower respawn time, less time you're battling the Tetras, less zip catches you have to face, less inkjets you have to face, and less tri-strikes you have to face. You don't have to worry about a slosher running it down and just trying to take you out. But yeah, it's the map that we're going to be having. It's going to be zones on Umami. So that is our pick that's going to be coming through for ODA's. Not too many ledges. It's pretty darn flat. And it's
But
zones.
the mid area, the entire mid area is a ledge.
It's not too many ledges.
Okay, fair enough.
Like, we're not talking about I'm trying to think of a map that has like a billion ledges. I guess Inkblot, old Blackbelly. It's not like that. It's relatively flat. There's 2 distinct ledges before spawn doors. There's the tarp, and then there's the middle part and zone.
Oh, okay.
Where those blue tarps are.
The zap has stayed. I think they're realizing that the zap is helping them here
Yeah.
a lot more than they expect. So they are keeping the zap here to help try to get the extra pressure on top of ODA's. But ODA's sticking with a similar comp that they have been going with. They did bring the machine back. They're going for the Booyah Tri-Strikes. Looks like 2 members of White Noise are down. Make that 3. It's just up to the ballpoint, and the ballpoint ended up putting themselves down in a corner there, so it does have to force to jump out. But they did have the cooler there.
Oh, double?
Orion going right back in. There's 3 down right off the get-go. It's a reverse.
Yeah, but the Inkjet is coming through. It's able to get 1 and trying to fight this Inkjet 1v1 matchup. It's going to be camped out now by all the members of White Noise. They are able to take that one, the ballpoint down after that jet landing, and they're going to be able to cap that zone. Orion's landing pretty far back, but that's okay. They're going to have this tactical cooler and ready to run in with Waka and Alice on that right side. They see a member. Can they punish them out? And they will. With the tactical cooler, even though they fall, they'll be back fast.
And even though the ballpoint was able to follow that up, again, Tetra is going to be back right away with the help of that Tacticooler. And you can see Orion's already ready to go behind that. And I managed to stop the Kraken transformation. And now it's 3 down on the side of ODA. So the ballpoint has to get out of there, which they do. But look at all this control that White Noise has. I think they found what they were missing and why they were, why ODA's was taking advantage of them. So the help of this zap is definitely enabling White Noise a lot more, and they're able to get these fights and lock back ODA's into their spawn, and the zones is still ticking down.
My goodness. Waka's in the back line. They're trying to get some sloshes down. They get 2 in that engagement. That's insane, and there's not much time left on the clock. This is tournament point. This is, if White Noise gets this game, if they can hold on to the zones for just a little bit longer, there's 10 ticks on the board. Can they hold it? There's 2 zones, so it can be easily neutralized. How can Audi Ace get in here? There's so little time. 2 ticks, finally neutralized. They have to find some more. They have to find the other zone. The Inkjet's out, and that's going to be game. White Noise holding on, getting the zones, and getting the victory in this tournament. Congratulations, White Noise, for winning Tropical Throwdown 6.
What a play in the end there. Again, like I said, to bring back the zap. I think they brought like a splash in the last couple times they played like zones and stuff. But putting the zap back in here definitely had the, just, again, like I said, it helped them up a lot more. It helped just keep them forward into ODA's. And it punished the more slower firing weapons. So it just kind of kept them back, and even though ODA's had a strong start, White Noise was able to just come right back and then just keep it going forward there.
Yeah, it was a beautiful play. I thought for sure that there'd be a little bit more fire back from ODA's at the end, but they just couldn't find their way through. You kept saying it, Debbie. That NZAP's Tacticooler. That was the game changer.
Mm-hmm.
That was a game changer. and now they're gonna be able to have tire coolers and celebrate with their win. Congratulations!
Cheers!
They get the money, so they can spend it on good fizzy drinks.
You're not wrong, but with that, of course, that brings to the end of Tropical Showdown 6. Jeannie, where can the people at home find you?
They can find me on that's my Twitter down there. But I am streaming a lot more on Twitch when midterms are done after next week. So in 2 weeks, I'm gonna be streaming a lot more. I just got new emotes, but that is you can find me at GEENIE7. And yeah, we do a lot of fun things there, especially playing a little bit of Tears of the Kingdom nowadays. And Devi, where can the lovely people find you?
Of course, my Twitter is listed down below, but you can also find me on Twitch. I have a fancy little underscore sitting in between there, so it's Devi_Doovie on Twitch. I usually stream a lot there. Monday's my casual days, and I have Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday are comp days, and then I just might throw another random one on the weekend here and there. So, of course, for me, you'll see a mix of different play. Of course, between both Jeannie and I, we like to feature Splatlings a lot. But I'm also doing a bunch of other kind of supportive style stuff, so as I am learning into. But yeah, that's where you can find me. And also, we have one other shout out to mention is the charity for the Trevor Project.
Yeah, that's a great thing to donate to. I know it can help a lot of people, and it's in a good name for Trevor and the unfortunate situation that happened there. But that's why the project is around, to remember the problems that happened, and we want to leave those in the past. We want to leave those in the past. And shout out to all of our production members today. I know that we've had first our streamers. We've had Pico and Storm killing it. Will, who's been our here today, and then as always we've had Sov and Kira, Ducky doing magical work here for Tropical Throwdown during the downtime between tournaments, and it's been a lot of fun. And yeah, with that, Debbie, I don't think there's too much else we gotta do. I gotta check if we're rating anyone, and I don't believe we are. So with that, everyone, thank you. Congratulations to White Noise on their victory of Tropical Throwdown 6. And we'll see everybody for the next Tropical Throwdown 7. See you guys then.